are not happy. Neither are baseball fans. Spring training was supposed to be getting underway, and of course it's not, as the lockout continues. Another work stoppage for Major League Baseball. ESPN's Jeff Passan.
Well, if there's not a deal by February 28th, Major League Baseball has told the players that we will not have games on opening day, March 31st. I would like to believe that these two sides, which are meeting tomorrow for, I think, the sixth time now since the lockout started, understand that the clock is ticking. I mean, the biggest sticking point is very simple concept. What's the biggest sticking point in any negotiation between two parties that are trying to get a collective bargaining agreement? It's money. It's always money. It always will be money. It doesn't matter if it's baseball, football, basketball, hockey, soccer, any sport that has a union. That union is going to battle with the league to try and get the largest percentage of the revenues that it possibly can.
So here we are, mid to late February. Do we have optimism? Mets pitcher Trevor May.
Well, it's going to be resolved one way or the other at some point. So I try to think about it that way, and I try to think about things other, like in terms of how much control I have at the end of the day as well. So to limit the, because you can get pretty angry if you think about it and think you have some, you're pulling the levers, but you're not. So I try to be as realistic and just, objective as possible, even though I have a lot of skin in one side of this game. At the end of the day, I mean, there's 30 guys that own 30 teams, and there's a bunch of players that want to play the game. So no matter how far apart we are on a lot of things, they would like their businesses to continue to run as normal and make money. And we would like to be able to play the game that we love and also make money. So we are aligned, no matter how bad we don't want to be aligned on stuff. We are aligned on that, we like it or not. That gives you hope just from a baseline that good faith, bad faith, or whatever you want to call the way that things are being negotiated and the way things are playing out. We do have the same goals at the end of the day, regardless of how we feel about the people.
Baseball's opening day set for March 31st. Fingers crossed to see if we'll see any ball being played that day. Jack Eichel's opening day with the Golden Knights. Last night, Las Vegas falls to the Avs 2-0. He spent 16 minutes on the ice, had one shot. Speaking of hockey, Team USA drops the women's hockey gold medal match to Canada 3-2. They've played for gold 6 times against each other. U.S. has 2 wins. Canada has now won the other 4 matchups. Overall, Canada has 5 golds in women's hockey. Michaela Schifrin was back on skis today, but skis out of the slalom portion of the combined event. Around the 10th gate, her 3rd DNF of the Olympics. That's going to do it for Sports Center All Night. I'm Jay Reynolds. Thursday, February 17th, Michael Jordan is 59 today. Bulls, a 5th straight win last night. The Knicks, an embarrassing loss. KJ and Max have reaction this morning. They're next at ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max starts next at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN News.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign. And we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Nigel, the new head of Unibet US, just moved here from Europe.
Teardrop? Any oop?
He doesn't know basketball. So take advantage with unlimited parlay boost up to 50%. That's right, unlimited. It's the Level Up Parlay Booster only at Unibet. Download the Unibet Pennsylvania app or visit pa.unibet.com. Sign up to get $500 risk-free. Unibet. Crazy about the odds.
Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everyone is talking about the new year, but are you driving around thinking new car? North Penn Mazda has 125 new cars on the way. So if you're in a car that just doesn't fit your lifestyle these days, the folks at North Penn Mazda want you to know they are offering top dollar for your trade-in vehicle. Come by and see the folks at North Penn Mazda in their beautiful beautiful state-of-the-art brand new showroom just off Route 309 in Colmar. Visit them at northpennmazda.com. North Penn Mazda, the right experience, the right choice.
What is hope? Hope to me was just that he would get to come home. I had no idea how hard it would be once he got back.
I wish she'd stop drinking so much. She thinks it's helping, but it's not. I hope she sees that soon.
I act like I don't care if he comes to my games, but I hope he does.
I used to hope he'd find happiness again. Now I hope our marriage makes it.
I hope Grandpa will get help. He thinks it's too late, but it's not.
With everything that he's going through, I hope he sees a counselor. I just want my brother back.
I hoped he'd get help. Stop hoping things would get better on their own. He told me to stop asking. I didn't. Then one day he asked for a ride.
Hope is knowing there are other families just like yours, that the veterans they love got help and recovered. Go to maketheconnection.net and turn hope into action.
97.5 The Fanatic is an equal opportunity employer and is dedicated to performing broad outreach to fill job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our job postings should contact the Fanatic's business office by calling 610-771-9750. We also encourage listeners to visit bbgi.com, where you'll find an online listing of job openings at Beasley Media Group, LLC.
Hey, it's cuz warmer weather will be here soon. You could drop that winter weight by spring. It only takes 40 days to shed a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. Their program uses hair, saliva, and bioenergetic scans to personalize natural formulas and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Then DNA Info is used to help you keep it off. No shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com. 40 days, up to 40 pounds.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
And it does. It starts now. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Thanks, Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White here for the pro. It felt good this morning. Little hot water wakes you up. I tried to stay up for more Temple last night. Tried to stay up on a night when there was no 76ers.
It's a good win by your house.
Pat, did you see how bad Temple was last night and they won? That's an incredible win.
Yeah, I mean, they're down their three best players.
Oh, I know,
so
yeah.
That's a real gritty win.
That's amazing.
They should have won their previous game, too, against, I think, South Florida.
They gave up a three.
That was a
bad loss. But I mean, yeah, Aaron's got those guys playing gritty basketball.
I got to tell you, that's all I want. Like if Temple played 500 football and every game they were just scrapping and everything like that, that's what I want. And I think with basketball, it's what people wanted to see is progress.
They want to see fight.
And you're playing right now without your three best players. That's what I said to Bob this morning. I said they won that game last night.
Next man up.
Incredible. That's a great job. Great job. And it just coincidentally had already gotten out the Temple tumbler. And the Temple pullover, though, I had to have this morning. So, Coach wants you to know that grapes light on fire if you put them in the microwave.
Oh, I know what I'm doing when I get home.
Yeah, exactly. Now, how many people are going to try this tonight? The fruity fireball occurs as a result of the loose electrons and ions that cluster to form plasma when the grapes get hot.
Prove it.
Oh, tried it.
You did?
By mistake. I didn't try it. 9.5-year-old that's in my life tried it.
Why would he be heating up
Because when we bought the grapes and stuck them in the refrigerator, the part of the refrigerator that he put them in was the crisper.
Oh.
And they got a little bit, not frozen, but they had a little frost on them. So he took a bowl out, stuck them in the microwave, and all of a sudden I hear pop, 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 and I'm looking, and there's a grape on fire.
Grapes of wrath, huh?
So I did a little research to find out why grapes light on fire.
Wow.
Bob,
There you go.
Bob, did you read Grapes of Wrath in high school?
Oh, I don't think we did.
We did at O'Hara, and I'll tell you, that was the hardest book to get through that I ever had to get through.
Yeah.
That was Mr. McCarron, I think, made us read that.
We say Bill.
It was like he was Richard.
Hey, what do you say, Dick?
Well, I don't think he went by that.
Hey, Richard.
Maybe to a kid who got a bad grade, he did. but that could have happened. I have some interesting numbers for you to start the day today. Bet online, and then I cross-referenced this against some of the off of the Vegas Strip, where they have future bets now on James Harden and Ben Simmons for the rest of the season. And I want to know where you'd put your cash. They have an over-under on points per game for James Harden at 24.5 the rest of the season. So I want to know where everybody, if you got your $100, you're walking up to the counter, and he says over-under rest of the season, James Harden is going to average greater or less than 24.5 points.
I'm going to go slight over.
Yeah, I'm going over also.
I'm going slight under. Pat?
I will go over.
So you all go over. The three of you go over. For Ben Simmons, his over-under for the rest of the year points per game is 14.5. I go under.
I'm going to go under.
Yeah, I'm under on that also.
Now, don't you think he's going to get, though, he'll feel more comfortable because he won't be the second option scoring?
I got to tell you,
helps him.
The guy hasn't played in almost a year. There's going to be some rust. There's going to, even though he only shoots from inside 7 feet, I just don't see his offense, nor him looking for him to shoot at all. And I'm talking within 7 feet. I think he's going to be even more of a passer. No, I don't. Double figures is going to be not hard for him, but I think 10 points a game, maybe. I'm going under the 14.5.
Okay, then they put assists out. For James Harden, the assists are 8.5 the rest of the year.
Over.
Averaging for the rest of the year. I'm going under.
8.5 is a lot.
That's a lot of number to average.
I'm going to go under.
Patty,
Just
you going
slightly.
under or over?
I'm going to go over.
Okay, so
I think
you
with Harden. Or,
All
I'm
right.
sorry, Harden. I think
with Harden. That is with Harden.
I think with Harden. No, but I'm saying I think with Harris. And Embiid, I think he goes over.
His last 4 seasons, 10-8, 10-4, 10-9, 10-2.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to change much.
Remember this, just for a 24-game window, how many games he plays, too.
Yeah.
Okay. 6.5 for Ben Simmons assists per game. I'd go over.
I'm going over on that also.
Over.
So we all go over. I think the Simmons numbers are completely poorly done. I think 14.5 is way too high. I'd take that under in a second. And 6.5 is way too low. Like, not way too low, but I think it's low. Each of them are at 7.5 rebounds per game.
I go.
I think I'm going slightly under.
I think I might go over on both guys.
Over on Simmons, probably under on Harden.
That's what I'm doing.
Sixers are going to need Harden to rebound.
Yeah.
Their rebounding that could be a real Achilles heel come playoff time.
Pat?
Over on both guys.
Okay. Well, what it tells me, though, these numbers is the 76ers clearly got the best player in the deal. And I was listening to a debate yesterday about, again, Simmons and Harden, which has pretty much dominated the discussion shows like the NBA show on ESPN. And I was told by a general manager once, who gets the best player in the deal? And almost uniformly, that's the team that wins the trade. Like, if you go, and this general manager was telling me, okay, let's look at this trade. Let's look at this trade. Let's look at this trade. Whoever ends up with the best player, it might be just a perception, but it's usually they end up being the one that everybody perceives wins the trade. So if James Harden plays to these kind of numbers, everyone's going to look at Daryl Morey like being a genius for this trade.
I think they already are.
And to me, it's pretty clear, though, that James Harden is you got the best player in the deal. And that sort of tells you in the NBA that you're the winner.
Yeah, if you just want to put out there James Harden, Ben Simmons, NBA player, who's better? Out of 100 people, with 50 of them not knowing what basketball is, I think all 100 would go to James Harden. I don't think that's a question. The question here that makes it closer, John, is this big fit thing. Everybody loves talking about fit. Well, Ben Simmons is probably going to an ideal situation for him if Kyrie Irving is playing, if Kevin Durant are playing, you have a great distributor, a guy that runs. Everything that Ben Simmons does seems to fit perfectly with those two to make up the threesome that they have. James Harden coming here, while those numbers that you put out there are phenomenal, and he's been doing it for years and years, the fit thing is a wonderment of how he and Joel Embiid will get it done, along with Tobias Harris.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that finished third in MVP 2 years ago, top 10 last year on a shortened season. He's clearly the much better player. Like, not even close, in my opinion. James Harden's almost been discredited throughout all of this because how he got out of there and everything. I mean, this guy's a phenomenal player. The talk that the Nets won the trade, they didn't lose it, but I think the Sixers clearly won.
I think the Sixers clearly won, but Pat, if you just survey, like, if you would put in, like, winning the trade, Harden and Simmons, and you go read, a lot of people in NBA circles think the Sixers lost this trade. I don't understand it.
I think a lot of people in the NBA circles haven't watched Ben Simmons enough. I mean, the guy was sitting out, but when he was on the court, he refused to do one thing. And I think that they assume that he'll get to Brooklyn and all of a sudden he's going
to start shooting.
Yeah, he'll start shooting, and it's not going to happen.
And 24 games, I don't believe that there's not enough games for Ben Simmons to get into a real rhythm, is there? But, I mean, maybe there will be. Come playoff time, he should round into shape.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think the assist, I think the passing ability is going to come back pretty quickly. The offensive game, I don't really see coming back for him.
Was it there?
Yeah, I mean, like his ability.
Can something come back that what
his
really
ability
wasn't there?
to get to the rim was second to none. But the problem is he just didn't play aggressive enough. I don't see that changing on this team. I mean, yeah, the Sixers clearly got the better player. They had to give up a lot. They had to give up a starter, a backup, and 2 first-round picks. So, I mean, yeah, they won the trade, but I don't really get the national narrative that they lost the trade either.
Hey, make this the winter of you with Audible. You can listen to the latest thrillers, motivation, wellness, and more with podcasts, audiobooks, and originals all in one app. You can sign up and start for free at audible.com. The Sixers and the Bucks tonight, 8:30 on the Fanatic, a little bit of a late night for Devon Gibbons. And I asked Bob this morning, what are you feeling? Because Bob has a great feel for where games fall on a schedule and everything. And if you like getting out your sportsbook app of choice, Bob's very, very good at reading where games fall. So, Bob, I got my Park Sportsbook app fired up, ready to go. What am I doing tonight?
I'm going to disappoint you here. So this is where I said to you, we talked about it last week, about how the last 2 weeks, 10 days before the All-Star break is really weird in the NBA. Coaches have a real tough time keeping players focused. And then you look at some of the scores throughout the nights, the last week or so, it's been really, really weird. Like Boston loses to a 13-win Detroit team last night, after beating the Sixers by 50 plus, or almost 50.
Sure.
So there's just weird things that go on. What I need to keep an eye on, John, sometimes this will happen. All-Star breaks coming up. You would think everybody gets out there and plays because you're going on vacation. Sometimes teams don't do that. Sometimes you'll say, oh, they're giving Drew Holiday a night off. Oh, they're giving Tobias Harris a night off.
It's just strange.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. So keep an eye on that. If everybody's a full go, I don't see this. I don't know what the line is.
Coach, 6.5, I believe you said was the line?
Yep.
Don't love the Sixers tonight. I don't love them.
Coach, you told me earlier you would lay the points with Milwaukee.
I think they lose by 20 points tonight. Sixers.
Nobody else disappointed by this? Like I like just the rollover.
I'm just done being disappointed in Coach. So no,
I don't think I'm not disappointed in Coach. I'm disappointed in the way the Sixers treat regular seasons like they're exhibitions. I got to be honest. It disgusts me.
Well, I mean, if James Harden had something to say about it, it's not entirely the Sixers' decision.
And they didn't last year. They were the number 1 seed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying is that now we see. Yeah, but now we see that we could be back-to-back MVPs if he had played last year. I think what everybody is I'm glad to see load management appears to be a thing of the past with a guy like Joel Embiid.
That might be the most shocking revelation this season to me.
Is what?
That they're not really load managing him at levels they've done in the past.
Well, I mean, it's amazing to me.
I mean, the trade's great and all, but wow, Joel Embiid might actually play like 69, 70 games.
What it tells you is, though, he could have.
Well, he's been hurt every year of his career.
No, they were doing it.
He was hurt last year.
They were doing it to. It wasn't because he was hurt. They were doing it because they were afraid he was going to get hurt.
Well, yeah, because
and now they say
data had shown you that he gets hurt every single year.
So now the data's changed?
I guess they're doing what Bob wanted earlier this year and pushing through.
Look, exactly. That's what they should have done 2 years ago.
Yeah, whether he had lingering things that held him out in the past, we'll never know. When they do the gastroenteritis and all that stuff, and we hear all these things, I don't know. The only thing I was begging for at the beginning of the season was, look, you've done it, and it hasn't worked because he's still getting hurt.
Correct.
Why not try something different? It seems like they're trying something different, and that's by playing him more.
And I applaud it.
I'm huge on muscle memory. I'm huge on your body just knowing that there's a clock going that says, okay, it's time for me to play. It's time for me to play. And when you tell it, well, not tonight, your body gets confused, and that's where injury comes in. I think they're doing the right thing with him this year.
Martin Law is the law firm for injured workers. Visit paworkinjury.com. We are 10 weeks until the NFL draft. It's clear that the national media insiders are moving towards the conclusion that Jalen Hurts is going to be the Eagles starter in 2022. I do not want to be Debbie Downer. So yesterday, I had a friend who is a huge Jalen Hurts believer say, see, did you hear Schefter this morning? I said, I conducted the interview. Of course I heard Schefter. You heard him. It's going to be Jalen Hurts. See, the Eagles believe in Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is going to be the guy. I got to tell you, I need a little bit of a pep talk. And so I asked him, I said, why should I be enthused? He goes, his answer, well, Jalen Hurts is going to be better in almost everything because it's another year later. Can we assume that? Can we just why do people just assume, well, he's going to be better at that and better at this and better at that? You can't make that assumption. It's going to be a harder schedule.
Yeah, I said it last week that he's going to be better simply because he has another year on his belt. Not in everything. Like if he said he's going to be better in everything.
Statistical categories, he says incrementally better at least, and then probably much better in other categories. I'm like, you're dreaming.
Yeah,
if you believe that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Look, when you put a guy out on a field for a 17-game schedule after he's already gone through one, it's hard not to be better in an aspect, just knowing what's coming up, being more accustomed to being in that position. In that way, yes, I think some things will be better. He's not going to see as many things next year that he's not familiar with as he did this year. So his things shouldn't come as a surprise to him as much as it did this year. Is he going to have better arm strength? Probably not. Is he going to throw the ball earlier on a cut like he couldn't do last year? Well, you hope so. So there's some things that you think he can improve on. I'm not going to go out and say he'll improve on everything. I think you'll get a better version of Jalen Hurts, but that still might not be good enough and probably isn't because of the arm strength.
Yeah, he better improve on some things or he's not going to have a job his fourth year. At least here, they'll move on from him. If he doesn't show improvement in areas of anticipation and pocket awareness and just generally keeping your eyes downfield and making the right throws, he's a backup in this league. He has to improve on that stuff. There's no and look, most of history with athletes says they do improve to some degree. Unless you're Ben Simmons, you go the opposite way. So I think he'll improve somewhat in some areas. But he better. His career kind of hinges on it.
Pat, the deficiencies, though, I don't see as being things that, well, next year they'll be better. I don't believe his arm strength is going to be better next year.
No, I don't either. I mean, I think he improves, obviously. He's too young to, I think his pocket awareness gets a little bit better. I think he can read a defense a little bit better, but not enough to make that leap to, oh my God, like we're good. We're set here at the quarterback position. I mean, look, he's too young to not improve a little bit.
Okay.
I don't see it being a drastic leap.
See, and
either do I.
I don't want to be Debbie Downer.
But I'd like to assume he's going to get better at the things that are controllable.
But I need a drastic leap in order to feel good about the situation.
Okay,
yeah,
Jamie,
sure.
but listen to this, though. I mean, in this scenario, you got a guy who wants to be a talk show host. And he is better at research. He's better at understanding how all the things that it requires to put a show together. He's better at all those things. And he's got a horrible stutter. And he's got a horrible stutter, but he's going to some speech therapy to have the stutter not be as evident, but he's still got a horrible stutter. The number one thing that's a deficiency from you putting him and saying, man, this guy's going to be the next big star in the industry, is that. and it doesn't change. His arm strength is not changing.
Well, yeah, but he can. If he was to improve, it has to do with the anticipation and throwing it at the exact right time, pretty much every time. Not everybody that's a good to great quarterback has a rocket arm. I mean, Drew Brees kind of had,
he had a good arm,
a solid arm, yeah,
good arm.
But he won between the ears, and that's Jalen Hurts' only shot, in my opinion, is to win between the ears. And I don't want to rule that out yet. He could do that. I don't think he's going to, if you followed me throughout the course of the Eagles season, but he could. And I hope for his sake he does, because if he does, maybe he's got a shot.
Yeah, it's almost like we all know the arm strength situation. The way you correct it is how we've always talked about. You get a Drew Brees design of throw guys open. Every once in a while, you're going to throw somebody deep. You're not throwing it 80 yards, but you're throwing it when the guy is 15, 20 yards downfield as much as you can, knowing he's going to run under it. Those are the way. The thing that makes me think Jalen Hurts is going to improve next year, and again, maybe not to the level that is needed, is because most of the things that I see are mental stuff that he has to improve on. You have to mentally be okay to throw a guy open on a cut. That's a mental thing. That's not a physical thing. Like, for some reason, mentally, you wouldn't do it. Mentally, you have to know that pocket. You have to trust your offensive line that they're going to keep the pocket open, and mentally stop putting your head down and thinking you have to take off and run.
Correct.
Because you're feeling stuff that isn't there.
And that's where I don't know that doesn't exist, that changes. That's something you can, that's something you can change.
Well, I'll tell you what, John. That's funny you bring that up. No, I'm saying, we saw it change drastically just recently, and that was with Carson Wentz, but the other way. Carson Wentz, if you watch before he suffered that knee injury, was unbelievable with pocket awareness and with confidence in himself. After the injury, no pocket awareness, no confidence in himself, and therefore taking off all the time. So we saw it the exact other way. Can we see it improve in a different way with Jalen Hurts? I don't know. We'll see.
I don't want to doubt him because of the fact that this guy, Jamie, he's played at a very, very high level in college football. He was very, very successful. I don't want to doubt it, but I just am hung up on the arm strength.
Oh, I doubt it. I mean,
I don't want to, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I want to believe that he can get better.
Sure, but it's impossible to fight your gut reaction, right? I mean, if your gut is telling you this guy's not going to be it, it's hard to overcome that. You'd need to see a lot.
I blame you.
Sorry.
You threw in the towel first. And then Pat followed you. And then
I think
Bob and I haven't officially done it, but I mean, it's right
you guys
there.
Are cowards.
You know what? I'm not going to.
You're saying it without throwing it.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not. I mean, I really wish I could. Pat, I really wish I could, but I tend to waver a little bit going that the division is so poor at quarterback that maybe except for Dak, I know Dak's going to put up 4,500 yards or whatever he'll do passing, and he'll still throw some critical interceptions and everything. But Washington and the Giants have nothing. And so maybe Jalen Hurts succeeds because of poor play in their division. And
yeah, you're holding that hope.
And I am. And that's what I want to do. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer going into a season.
I don't want to either. But again, my gut is large. I have to.
Bob says that. I don't think that's nice
never
of you.
Said that
I don't think
at
it's
all.
nice when you say that.
I have to not fight it.
You have to.
Yeah, look, if they can't get somebody else, which it appears that's dwindling, unless they draft, and I don't think they're going to start a rookie, whatever. The reason I'm still holding the flag in there and haven't thrown it yet is he's okay. He might be, like we said earlier, I think you and I agree, John, just a good enough bridge to carry you over until you decide what to do. And if he proves to be more than that, let's see.
So the number yesterday, I believe it was, I forget who sent it to me. The last 18 quarterbacks, by the way, that lost their Super Bowl debut never got back. Or something along those lines. It's not good. Because everybody's just writing Joe Burrow into the Hall of Fame. I mean, that's the way it seems. Joe Burrow has become the new. Well, I was trying to figure it out yesterday. I think Joe Burrow's no better than the fourth best quarterback in his conference. And to me, people are like, well, Joe Burrow's going to get back. He's going to win numerous Super Bowls.
He's got the two MVPs in his conference.
He
Mahomes
does.
and Josh Allen. So that's
and then
tough.
I think Justin Herbert's if you told me right now I got to take Herbert or him, I think I'm taking Herbert. Because I'll take a superior arm.
I would take Burrow.
Herbert's got a superior arm.
I'd probably take Burrow for the just coolness.
Well, it's funny.
But that translates to the field. I'm not saying like off the field stuff. Just the on-the-field coolness.
From this point on, I'll take Herbert. You can have him.
All right.
And I don't think it's a big gap.
Well, you're forgetting a big part of this past season, which was he was coming back from a major knee injury.
That's truth. But what have we
put up those numbers coming off that knee injury?
What have we seen with quarterbacks, though? A lot of times that doesn't, that those injuries can either haunt them or hamper them.
And I like Herbert.
I know, sure. I'll take Herbert the rest of the way. I just am Joe Burrow's.
Can we all agree though? We would take Herbert or Burrow over Jalen Hurts. We're all in agreement.
Really? Really? Yes.
6-1-0.
Yes, exactly.
There's your best stuff, Coach.
There we go. Okay, coming up, Daryl Morey guested on Colin Cowherd's podcast, and he said something extremely interesting. Time to do some detective work. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It is a great time of year, even though football has been put into hibernation. It's going to be a great spring. There's going to be plenty of hoops to talk about, and the Parx Casino Sportsbook app has your sports betting game plan, and you always have to have a plan. The online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend, it's the only one, right there in the palm of your hand. It's a great app. It's so easy to use. Nobody does the live in-game betting better. It's absolutely awesome. You can do the same game props and parlays and more. And with the hoops going on right now, you're going to be interested in getting involved in everything Parx Sportsbook app's got for you. New customers, make your first bet risk-free right now up to $500. Just download in the App Store. Click parxcasino.com/PA. Use my promo code Kincade. And the website's got all the details. Your risk-free bet will be refunded in site credit should you lose. But I think you're pretty smart, so I think you're going to win. And with the Sixers in action tonight, you might want to get involved. You might want to stay away from it. Or you might want to bet with Milwaukee. Looks scary. Parx Sportsbook app, it's game time. You got to be 21 and in Pennsylvania. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. The Fnatic Knockout Tournament is back.
Oh my God. No way.
Ever dream of shooting hoops on an actual NBA court?
We have your chance.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic's Knockout Tournament right on the Philadelphia 76ers court.
Presented by CSL Plasma.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic weekdays at 8 a.m., 12 noon, and 4 p.m. for your chance to get in. John Kincade, Anthony Gargano, and Mike Missinelli will tell you when to call our contest line.
The 10th caller wins tickets to see the Sixers take on the Knicks Wednesday, March 2nd.
And after the game, you'll take part in an incredible experience, shooting hoops on an NBA court. Your chance to get in happens every weekday at 8 a.m., 12 noon, and 4 p.m.
Presented by CSL Plasma. Earn up to $825 this month when you donate plasma. Get location and information at cslplasma.com.
And 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Recently, Total Wireless helped Garrett Dvorak throw a virtual baby shower for his wife, Ellie.
Just to see everyone's expressions, I don't have words for it.
Because when you move to Total Wireless, you can get amazing devices on 5G. And with unlimited plans starting at $25 a month per line for 4 lines, you could save up to $80 per month.
Total Wireless, you guys pulled through.
Total Wireless, do amazing. 5G capable device and SIM required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. Savings claim made when compared to 4-line postpaid plans of the leading carrier for 2021. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
This is your Wendy's wake-up call. Start your day with a better breakfast and get a free drink with any of our morning-making breakfast sandwiches. That's your favorite drink in a Wendy's cup, free. Fresh brewed coffee, free. Diet Coke, free. Vanilla Frosty Chino, that's cold brew plus Frosty Creamer plus free. So don't sleep on this deal. Get any size drink in a Wendy's cup free when you buy any breakfast sandwich. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's. A la carte only. Offer valid upon request on lowest price qualifying item. Not valid for third-party delivery. Excludes prepackaged beverages.
If anyone knows about resilience, it's athletes. But today, Team USA isn't the only team being put to the test. Businesses are facing mountains of their own. And just like our athletes, they're rising to the challenge, relying on the nation's largest gig speed network and the world-class secure solutions from Comcast Business. For today's Olympic Winter Games and every day after, we'll be there, keeping businesses ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Hey, it's Mike Missinelli here for Landis Block and Concrete. There is nothing like having a beautiful backyard.
think of many things you can do with it. You can sit outside on a nice little patio, have a nice glass of wine, have a few friends over to cook on your Landis Block outdoor kitchen. Turn your backyard into a personal paradise with Landis Block. They're the resource center for all outdoor living. All you need is imagination, space, and a budget. Check out the photo gallery at landisbc.com. That's landisbc.com for Landis Block, jaw-dropping outdoor paradises.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. Right now, you can do the complete job and get a great deal when you buy a set of Duralast brake pads and rotors. It's also AutoZone's national hiring event. We're hiring all positions, from sales to warehouse and drivers, both part-time and full-time. Visit careers.autozone.com or any one of our stores. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Streaming now, Bel Air, a new Peacock original series. Where are we going?
You're gonna stay with your aunt and your uncle.
From executive producer Will Smith and Westbrook Studios.
Do you know why I'm here from Philly? Scrap on the bull court, got nasty.
You get one shot.
Give this a real chance.
So you can show these rich people how much you care about poor black kids from the hood.
At a second chance.
Why are we working so hard to save a boy who doesn't want to be safe?
Because we owe it to him.
There's no going back.
Bel Air, streaming now with new episodes every Thursday, only on Peacock.
Water stains on the shower glass. Try rubbing some shaving cream on them.
Tyler's cleaning crew knows every housekeeping trick in the book.
Handling timesheets now.
But they need a proper bookkeeper to keep finances tidy.
New equipment is a business expense, right?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Tango Day, everybody. Follow after me. And step, and back, and slide, and dip. That's tango.
Why is Ice-T leading our tango class?
It's probably the heart-shaped Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
Let's see those hips move, people.
Hurry and get your heart-shaped Cheerios. They're only here for a limited time.
Do you want the best for your car? Then fill up with premium at Circle K. Circle K Premium is our best fuel with double the cleaning detergent, protecting your engine from corrosion and damage so it can work at its best. And that, my friend, increases your mileage for more cha-ching in your pocket. Plus, when you fill up with premium at Circle K, you can save up to 20 cents per gallon. Offer valid Thursdays or Fridays at participating stores. For details, visit CircleK.com. Circle K. How convenient.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you,
I mow first, then I do all the trimming.
But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV.
It can't be all work and not play.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Nigel, the new head of Unibet US, just moved here from Europe.
From downtown. Where's downtown?
He doesn't know basketball. Take advantage during any pro basketball game with a daily profit boost on your live bets. Download the Unibet Pennsylvania app or visit pa.unibet.com. Sign up to get $500 risk-free. Unibet. Crazy about the odds.
Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
The Sixers and their fan base hang out here every morning on the John Kincade Show.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Your chance to qualify for knockout, the Fnatic Sixers knockout tournament, coming up on March the 2nd after the Sixers game versus the Knicks, presented by CSL Plasma, comes your way after 8 o'clock today. So make sure you are listening.
I didn't forget, Renee. Coming for you.
That's it.
Does Renee seem, Coach, like she's going to be easily intimidated by Jamie? It sounds like she's the one who laid down the gauntlet.
I'm going to get behind you in line, Renee.
Yeah, so Renee is from, I think she said she manages a couple of the plasma CSL plasma places. And when we met her at the suite, on what night was it? Wednesday? What's today?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
It was Tuesday night.
Goodness gracious. She's a tiny little lady,
but
I'm afraid she's going to kick Jamie's ass.
Okay, so Jamie, what I would say right now, as long as it's all right with her, is Jamie has to get in line right behind her.
Oh. All right.
Right?
Well, no, you should naturally find each other.
You're going to knock out
the cream rises to the top.
No. Shouldn't it just be the...
Well, I think more fair would her be behind me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she's behind you.
Yeah.
Let's just arrange that.
All right,
that's going
fine.
to happen.
That's
Renee
fine.
is behind Jamie in line.
I can't get over the fact that he is like openly saying he can't wait to knock out a client.
Yeah.
Someone that pays money, like she pays your salary.
You know what?
And you don't even care. And I respect it.
I might
but
need
I think
a Team
it's a
Renee.
dumb move.
I may need a Team Renee T-shirt.
You know, Renee's the all-time leading scorer at Central Bucks.
I was just gonna say she's like the leading 3-point scorer in Division III women's history.
She's
or something.
mayor of Easttown.
Yeah, she's gonna smoke me.
Exactly. Yeah, she's the Lady Eagle.
She's a Lady Eagle. You know, you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose our friends at Bradford White. They are here for the pro. Daryl Morey did Colin Cowherd's podcast, which I had to send a little text along. Is that the audio quality needs to be a little bit better on this? And by the way, I watched it from Colin's feed. He's doing it from his living room though, or his office. He does it sitting at a desk at home. But he had Daryl Morey on, and Daryl Morey dropped this little nugget, and we need to do a little detective work.
I have a short trade deadline story about what we gave up. So
I'd like to hear it.
So it was the line of our trade deadline. I'll rewind a couple of days. I was talking to a Western Conference team who we liked a player on their team. We offered 1 first for that player. They said no. And I got a little bothered with the GM. I'm like, this guy's never going to give this player up, but I'm just going to offer 2 firsts just to see what happens. Very quickly, he's like, no to 2 firsts. This is a player, by the way, that every 2K player, Colin Cowherd, Nick Wright, every human on earth would have said, oh my God, you have to give that player up for 2 firsts. And he said no immediately. Fast forward to the final day, we're debating 2 firsts, and one of our great front office people were like, 3 days ago, we couldn't even get this player for 2 firsts. Why are we debating this?
Okay, let's do a little thing. First of all, one of the things that I take away, this was the backup plan. Because there's no way Daryl Morey was knowing that he reveals earlier in the podcast that if he didn't want to give up Maxey and Thibault, or Thibault, as he was using the other day, that he was required to give up a first-round pick for each of them, to substitute a first-round pick for each of them. So he reveals that. He says, I wasn't going to give up Maxey, so they said first-round pick then you're giving us, if you're not giving us Maxey. And then he's not giving up Thibault, so they said, well, that'll be another first-round pick. So he knew he was going to have to give up Simmons and 2 first-round picks minimum in this deal. This tells me if he was talking about a deal for 2 first-round picks, that this was the backup plan.
What, getting Harden?
That if the Harden deal didn't go through.
Oh, yeah. I'm
that
sorry,
he had a backup plan.
Good, you got to have a backup plan.
With a Western Conference GM. Who's the player?
Well,
because it can't be, because we kicked around some names. It can't be Russell Westbrook.
No.
Russell Westbrook is terrible.
Well,
he's terrible right now.
Let's dissect it.
And he's making a fortune next year.
If 2 first-round picks are being sent to somebody, that means it's not a high-salary player. Unless there was like a Danny Green or salary dump involved to match. So it's probably not anybody stellar. It was probably more just a filler role if it's just 2 picks. Well, unless you were throwing in a Curry and a Drummond or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because remember, this would have been the backup plan because there's no way Daryl Morey at this trade deadline was going to trade 4 number 1 picks.
And don't just keep it to West Coast players.
Well, he said it.
He said West Coast.
He said it's a Western Conference player.
Don't just keep it to West Coast players. He could be lying. It could have been an East Coast executive. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then
we'll keep it to West Coast. That's fine. I mean, just don't think he's telling us all the truth.
A liar.
Well, I'm not saying that. Should we narrow it down to guys that actually got moved?
Okay, yeah, let's think about that.
Well, Jeremy Grant was heavily discussed.
You wouldn't trade 2 first-round picks for Jeremy Grant, would you?
I know that Detroit was asking for that. He's one that jumps out to me.
If I'm Daryl Morey, then at that point.
Now, again, that's an East Coast team. So
yeah.
Exactly. Maybe if you're throwing in a Curry or somebody, you had eyes for like a Buddy Hield, but that's kind of a lateral move.
Yeah, I mean, I
Jalen Brunson. I don't think Dallas was going to give up on him, though. No.
And Dallas wouldn't want to do that, right? When they might face the Sixers in the postseason, even though wouldn't be to the finals.
Yeah.
I don't know. You want to think about that far out.
Not a lot jumps out to me.
I mean, it really is.
Could have been.
It's but obviously Daryl Morey thought this was a really interesting story to share it because he inserts
Wiggins?
it. But
why would the Warriors move anybody? They're 42-17. Well, if they replaced Wiggins with Ben Simmons, are they better? I mean, there's two places I thought Ben Simmons would be a really good fit for him, and that was Brooklyn and Golden State.
Yeah. It's just an interesting story, and Daryl Morey found it so interesting that he brought it up. Colin didn't bring this up. Daryl Morey brought it up on his own unprompted.
Yeah, I got a story to tell.
That there was this other deal that was out there that didn't go through with the West, and he says Western Conference team, but obviously he could be deceiving us. But it's just this, I couldn't think of the name. 2 first-round picks? I mean, unless you got somebody who's an ascending player who's not making a lot of money, because money's got to match up. But this was obviously the backup plan.
Yeah. Who threw out Westbrook this morning? You, John?
Yeah, so it was one of the names that we were kicking around names. I mean,
that's a name
Westbrook's
that
terrible, though.
You say, and then somebody says, whoa, you're not throwing 2 first rounds for him. And you say, oh, yeah, you're right. I like that he was honest in that. He's saying, you think so much about so many things that you need that voice in the background to say, whoa, what are we doing here?
Right, exactly.
Let's not forget what we're trying to get accomplished.
It also sounds like Daryl was screwing with the other GM, messing with him a little bit. He goes, we weren't giving up 2 first-round picks for this player.
He was testing him a little bit.
Yeah. But then you reveal that.
Yeah,
you don't want to reveal that on Colin Cowherd's podcast because aren't your peers listening?
Look, he could be friendly with somebody. You know, like you and Jamie, or me and Jamie, or me and Pat. You know, we could go at something work-wise, but it doesn't really affect your relationship.
Oh, okay.
You know, you're still solid there. Daryl Morey could have been like, you're out of your damn mind. Are you kidding me? We heard the way he talked to Marks
right
before the trade went down. Don't you effing hang up on me. Don't you hang up this phone. Like, it sounds like it's contentious, but at the same time, it's both of them wanting to get their job done.
I think there was a little bit of an exposure, too, of Sean Marks. That Sean Marks had to go back and forth during the negotiations, had to hang up the phone and talk to his owner, and then get back into the negotiations and then talk to his owner again? Who's the boss? And I'm not talking about, Tony Danza. Honestly. You mean to tell me you're in a trade deadline negotiation and you're having to go, oh, okay, Daryl, okay, I got it from you. All right, I'll be back to you.
You work for me, bitch.
I got to get back. I got to call my owner and run it up the flagpole whether the owner agrees.
Well, throughout the reporting on it, apparently the owner had a big say in the Harden situation, and he might have been the one that had grown entirely sick of Harden's act. So maybe that's one. It was big enough that maybe the owner did have final say. That doesn't seem uncommon to me at all.
Well, I don't think that
you run it. You definitely have to run it by the owner first.
So do you think, because it doesn't sound like Daryl Morey was. Daryl Morey, it doesn't sound like, maybe Daryl Morey knew what his marching orders were.
Yeah, I was going to say, Josh Harris and Michael Rubin probably said, get James Harden.
Yeah, but this guy's on the phone going, okay, got it. No, I want this, I want that. I got your counter. I want to run it by the owner.
Yeah.
To me, that sounds bad.
No, not to me at all. No. I mean, you have parameters. Josh Harris doesn't know anything about basketball. So, Daryl Morey's not going up to him saying, this player for that. He's doing it in generalizations. Look, I have a chance to get a superstar for Ben Simmons. What are my parameters? And Josh Harris might have said, none.
Hello?
Take care of it. Now, with Marks up in Brooklyn, it could have been, look, we're thinking of moving James. And the owner could have said, that's a big move. I need to know exactly what your thinking is on this before you do it. And plus, the Sixers have had this Harden move in the works for a year and a half.
So
now.
The ownership knows what.
Yeah,
what
they brought Daryl Morey in here knowing one day they were going to try and get James Harden.
If I'm the boss, though, I don't know that I'd want to deal with that. That if I'm running an organization, I don't know that I'd want to, at the trade deadline, having to hang up the phone, talk to my owner, call you back.
If I was the owner, I'd want to know.
Yeah. I mean,
everybody has a boss.
My managers, that would be different, though. I'd be like, let people.
But there's marketing that is involved with who you're getting back.
Gotcha.
There's ticket sale. There's
I would think those conversations would go on already, but it's interesting. Bob, you've covered a lot of them, so it obviously doesn't seem odd to you.
No,
you've covered a lot of them.
Yeah, no, not at all. A lot of times before a deal is I's are dotted, T's are crossed, you have to meet with the owner to make sure everything's on the up and up.
Hey, your local PJ Wellahans, they're awesome. They're known for their many delicious flavors of famous PJ's wings, burgers, salads, and friendly service, too, that makes you feel like you're part of the family. Wait a minute. When you're there,
your family.
Your family at PJ's.
That's how I feel.
At least with us. We have another PJ's happy hour we're going to tell you about coming up next week.
Do you think it could have been Derek White? The 2 first rounds doesn't even. That's why Daryl's saying.
Daryl says no
he's
way
not
we do it
worth
right. He's not
2
worth
first,
that.
but I just had to see. Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
I'm going through the trade transaction wire, and there's really not a lot that makes sense. Like Spencer Dinwiddie.
Well, I think that's the point. Is whoever he was talking about didn't get moved,
right?
Because if he's
you don't know
two
Yeah,
that.
we don't
picks,
know that.
we don't. But
they could have gone on to another deal.
It sounded like Daryl was saying it. I'm offering way more than he's worth, and they still didn't take him. So
I like spicy conspiracy theories. I have one later on in the show, but Jamie's got one now in the linchpin.
This is the linchpin.
Bum, bum, bum.
Zach Lowe's one of the more tied-in guys in the NBA.
No question.
Probably a notch below Woj. I'd probably have. Shams had a pretty good trade deadline, so Shams might have recouped some.
Shams did a much better trade deadline.
He had a strong trade deadline. Zach Lowe's right behind those guys. He's not one to get in the rumor mill per se, but more what the league talk is.
Okay.
What the executives talk about, the rumors and the conspiracies. Now, he had one on his podcast the other day that I haven't been able to stop thinking about. And it has to do with James Harden and not opting into his player option contract for next year at $47.5 million. Here's Zach Lowe discussing this conspiracy theory.
This is the one that's going around the league that James Harden, to be clear, just debunked. That he's going to decline his option, re-sign for less money so that Philadelphia can dump Tobias Harris into somebody's cap space and open up, if they dump some other people, an almost max slot for a 3rd star. That's the one that's going around the league. And the people who say that are like, if that happens, some eyebrows at the league office might be raised.
And again, to podcasters out there, audio quality counts. Zach's audio quality's terrible week to week.
Except when he does it here in the Fnatic studios.
If he does it in a studio, you could tell, but it's like
that's
usually,
a home laptop.
I think he sits in his bathroom.
Yeah, he might be.
Because it's echoing off all the walls.
So,
yes,
the possibility. Look, I've been thinking a lot about this. James Harden, 1 year, $47.5 million. It seems obvious just to take it in case you get hurt or whatever.
Sure.
He's a guy that really hasn't been hurt outside of this hamstring lingering for the past year in his entire career. So he might be betting on this. The reason it might make sense to me is because James Harden has pushed all in. Like, this is probably his last shot at winning a title. His reputation's kind of wavering. People calling him a malcontent, this and that. He really wants to win. I believe that. He thinks his best chances with Joel Embiid. Look, 24 games with Tobias Harris could prove differently to him. This kind of makes sense to me that they go, all right, well, we got the magnetism for stars now. The only guy that would make sense, and he has a player option, I believe he hasn't picked up yet because he wants to test free agency. He happens to share a shooting coach with Joel Embiid. That's one Bradley Beal. He has a $36.5 million player option next year. He hasn't opted into. He might test free agency, might not, still to be determined.
So you'd have to deal Tobias.
You'd have to dump Tobias. Now, look, next year, this offseason, dumping Tobias becomes a lot easier than it was this year. Oklahoma City's been tied to him in the rumor mill for the past year, even in this season. If you're able to do it and take a shot at a Bradley Beal, that is a whole lot of horny.
Bob's shaking his head.
Again, and Jamie, this has nothing to do with you. It's the talk in the league, Bob. Why can't you live in the moment? Like, already you're talking about, forget it. That he's going to take a lesser deal so you can dump Tobias Harris. Now, if I'm Daryl Morey and this talk is going around, I'm immediately saying, damn, I got to address this now. Because now this is out there. Now do I have to deal with Tobias Harris, thinking, oh, really? This is what the plan is? Get rid of me? And these guys all just come in here and said, this is a win now thing. But we're already putting out there that, it's a win now. But Tobias, we're just using you for the rest of the half of this year. Now, look, Tobias Harris is making great money. I'm not going to feel sorry for him. Nothing like that. But it's just what bothers me about sports. And everybody has to be ahead of the game. let's just sit in the moment. Try to win with what you have here right now and let the offseason come when it comes.
Well, they're going to.
I know, but already there's a mark on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the league talk. Who knows if it's from James Harden or not?
It
kind of makes sense, though, doesn't it?
If I'm a Sixers fan and looking for this to be a year, that bothers me.
I can do both.
I got you.
I can compartmentalize.
They can't.
They can't, though. Players
Tobias
can.
is fine.
Hey,
he's not living and dying with Zach Lowe.
Tobias just had a meltdown 3 weeks ago. Yes, he did.
He's not living and dying with Zach Lowe.
He had a public meltdown 3 weeks ago.
No, that was like 3 months ago.
No, it wasn't that long.
Yeah, it was November.
No, it was on the court. It was after Christmas, didn't he?
The one where he talked about the fans not caring about him?
I thought that was.
That was like
after
early
Christmas.
December, late November.
There you go. Okay, let's check. We'll go ahead. Bob, you want to look ahead to the playoffs because this is more important this year, right?
So what I wanted to do today was just look at 4 teams, and we're going to do it throughout the show today in different segments. Look at 4 teams that could possibly be standing in front of the Sixers should they want to try to get out of the Eastern Conference. Now, there's more teams you could throw in there, but I picked 4, and I have some breakdowns of the 4, and it's Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Boston, and Miami. And Miami's the team that I'm going to start with. Miami is currently second in the conference, playing very good basketball. As we know, they're 1-1 against the Sixers this year. How I'm looking at these teams is I'm looking at it like what could be a problem for the Sixers. That's how you scout. You look at a team, you say, what's a problem that we have to stop? What do they do well that could be troublesome for us? So that's how I'm going to break down these 4 teams. So with Miami, you have 2 games remaining with them on March 5th and March 21st. One there, one here. Miami has a great flowing offense. They move the ball better than almost anybody else in the league, and they have a lot of really good three-point shooting, which is a huge advantage against the Sixers. Think of the perimeter defense that the Sixers are going to have out there now with James Harden in the lineup. You're talking James Harden. You're talking Tobias Harris. You might be talking about a Danny Green having to be out there. Formidable defender? Yes. Able to move around the perimeter to find three-point shooters and stop them? Probably not. Miami's number 7 in offense in the league, number 6 in defense. Think of that. They're in the top 10 in both offense and defense, and a number 5 net rating. Net rating is your points on offense per 100 possessions against the defense of what you give up per 100 possessions. They're number 5. They also have this guy, and if you guys remember the playoffs last year, P.J. Tucker.
Okay.
You remember what P.J. Tucker, I think, weren't we talking about this, Egan, I believe? P.J. Tucker, he gave Kevin Durant fits in the playoffs last year.
That was actually Connor.
Oh, Connor was talking about
that argument.
Okay.
They're Texas teammates. They know each other very well.
Exactly. And he got up in his grill, and it got to be very uncomfortable. And, of course, Milwaukee got past Brooklyn.
But didn't Durant still put up huge numbers?
But, I mean, watch that series. It was a tough one for him.
Yeah.
P.J. Tucker is that annoying guy that you know that now Miami would just be, okay, you see that guy James Harden over there, P.J.? Why don't you go over and look to take care of him? Miami, I told you the numbers. One of the things that bothers me, they're 7th in three-point field goals made in the league at close to 14 a game. That's tough. A tough defense. A really good perimeter game. I'll tell you what, do I think the Sixers could beat Miami in a 7-game series? Yes. Is it the kind of pain-in-the-ass opponent you just don't want to face? Yes, also.
I think Miami's the scariest opponent. Milwaukee is a champion. So I'm just assuming them. But if you're talking about a scary opponent, meaning one that I think they can beat in a 7-game series, but I worry about a coaching matchup.
Yeah, and I
worry about a coaching matchup that I believe that we would go into that with the. I think that they got the better coach in Spo.
And in Spoelstra, you also have a really good defensive coach. He figures out schemes to stop certain players. He came up with a scheme against Ben Simmons. He also has really good legs on that team that can move around on the perimeter, move around Adebayo, everybody that can move defensively. So no matter the scheme he puts in, his team will be able to execute it.
I think it's the scary one because Coach Booz and Holder, I'm not as worried about the chess match with Doc. I'm more worried about it with Spoelstra. Spoelstra is the best coach in the conference.
Yeah, he's a pain in the ass.
I think he's the best coach in the conference.
Yeah, this team to the Sixers, should they meet up in a series,
it's scary.
We'll feel it as observers, as fans, whatever. It's a pain in the ass matchup.
And you are most likely going to play a 7th game on the road unless something drastically changes.
Yeah, hopefully the next 25 games could change that, but we will see.
Miami has to come back.
They're
going
to have a good record in those 25 games.
But Miami's going to also. They've had a good record all year.
Maybe the Sixers will have better.
Okay. You still got to make up, 3?
Yeah, the whole East is right there. It'll be all right.
Jamie's like, it'll be all right.
You
realize time is running out on this.
Miami is currently 2.5 games up on the Sixers.
There's 3 in the loss column?
They have 1 in hand, 2 in the loss column.
2 in the loss column.
Yeah.
Okay, that can happen. And you play them, though, twice back-to-back.
You do play them twice, yeah.
They'll be a top 4 seed. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. But Miami, if they're 1, you then play 7 on the road.
Yeah.
If it comes down
to it. You're
a
champion, you're a champion. Road doesn't stand in your way.
You realize you're this confident about a franchise that hasn't won a second-round series in a generation.
This is an entirely different team.
Okay. I'm just saying. Miami's
no
scared.
more Ben Simmons. Bye.
Miami scares the hell out of
bye.
me. What are you?
Yeah, Justin Timberlake. It's going to be May soon, John.
You and Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
I've often thought of
I think of the two of them together.
That was in sync.
That was
it wasn't Justin Timberlake.
Oh, that is the truth.
Well, yes.
Yes,
but
technically.
What am I going to say? It's
Patrick. He was Lance
Joey
Bass.
Fat One.
Hey,
it's the tone, dude.
I'm going to tell you that if you are the Sixers are going to have a referendum on them next week. Not come playoff time. Next week, we get the first referendum on the Sixers. We'll get to that next. It's the John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic. If your house is cold this morning, blame your windows, because that's probably the problem. Your windows are letting in cold air, and they're letting the hot air that you're putting in your home, they're letting it out. So right now, you call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION. You buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. And if money's a little tight right now, I've got the great deal for you. Not only are you getting 2 windows free for every 2 that you buy, but you're going to pay nothing for 2 full years. So no money down, no payments. You don't have to do anything for 2 full years with Window Nation. They got the best windows, so you can go to windownation.com and you can do your window shopping. Every size, every style, every color that you could potentially want is right there for you. They've installed over 1 million windows. They got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, so they're not going to be, treating you poorly. They're going to do a great job by you. Buy 2, get 2 free, and you're paying nothing for 2 full years. Make the call today to 866-90-NATION. After you've done your window shopping online at windownation.com, they're going to do great by you. Your house is going to be better because Window Nation is the perfect fit.
The John Kincade Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
High prices don't get you a great network. A great network gets you a great network. It's why Total Wireless runs on the largest, most dependable network with nationwide 5G. And now our totally unlimited plan is just $50 a month for talk, text, and high-speed data that never run out. Get unlimited laughing, scrolling, unlimited everything. Total Wireless. Do amazing. Available at Total Wireless stores. Capable device and SIM required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. Total Wireless reserves the right to review your account after 60 gigs. Terms and conditions at totalwireless.com/terms.
Have you been searching for a career path but can't seem to find one that's right for you? Waste Management is a terrific company with unbelievable career opportunities. As a tech or a driver for WM, you'll make a nice base salary, $7,500 sign-on bonus. And get this, Waste Management will pay for your tuition so you can get a degree on the side while you're working. Driver today, CEO tomorrow, baby. Schedule an in-person interview by applying online at careers.wm.com. That's careers.wm.com.
And that's when I realized it's called a hamburger, not a handburger, because you carry it with your hand. I was wrong, people. It's like that time I thought I couldn't make the perfect app for football. I was wrong again, people. All I had to do was make a sportsbook app where you can earn season rewards all Sunday long. Nobody's better at bettering things than Caesars.
Must be 21. Gambling problem? New Jersey and Pennsylvania. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. We can help you save on the right oil for your vehicle. Right now, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic or Castrol Edge Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for just $35.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Yes, I'm so sorry about the wait, ma'am. I'll be with you shortly. Carrie, how many appointments did you book at 2:30?
Jin's physical therapy clinic is pretty stretched.
With some light stretching.
He needs another PT before patients get bent out of shape.
You get fresh ice pack in Miss Davis's name.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I need postcards printed and designed. Oh, and a targeted direct mail campaign.
It's possible at Staples.
I need my presentation printed, bound, and perfect.
Also possible. With Staples Print Big Promise, your small business marketing will make a big impact. And right now, get 20% off custom printed signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Explore what's new at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 2/26. Visit staples.com/signage for details.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a speed bump. Did you hear what I said? I'm a speed bump. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to reattach your muffler could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When there's a chance for gold, you need to have the right people in the right positions. That's why when you post a job for free, LinkedIn Jobs taps into a network of over 770 million professionals to find the right people for your role. LinkedIn Jobs helps you narrow down to only the most qualified candidates, which means you can start hiring the right people faster. Go to linkedin.com/sports to post your job for free. That's linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
A new Planet Fitness location is now open. To celebrate, you can join now for no enrollment fee, $10 a month, no commitment. We're ready to welcome you with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Plus, you can check the crowd meter in our app for the best time to visit. Join the judgment-free zone today for no enrollment fee, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends soon.
Now open on Aramingo Avenue. Join us at our grand opening celebration, February 23rd from 4 to 6 p.m.
Planet Fitness locations are independently owned and operated. See club for details.
BetMGM, the king of sports books. Well, I took them to the cleaners last night thanks to the Temple basketball team, but you can also take them to the cleaners. You can take them for up to $1,000 on your first wager because they're offering it to you risk-free. All you have to do is hop on BetMGM, either on the BetMGM app or BetMGM.com, and you register and you use the bonus code Pat Egan. That's it. Just drop my name, and your first wager is going to be risk-free up to $1,000. If you want to take a long shot, if you want to take a lock, if you want to build a one-game parlay, it is all risk-free up to $1,000. You have nothing to lose. And if you do, guess what? It's coming back to you in free bets. So hop on today, and don't forget, when they ask you for that bonus code, you got to type in my name. You got to type in Pat Egan. Plus, with every wager, you're earning BetMGM rewards points that can be redeemed for room nights and dining at MGM resorts nationwide. So hop on the app today, and once again, when they ask you for that bonus code, don't forget who told you. It's Pat Egan, only at BetMGM. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age to order to wager in Jersey and Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification, eligibility requirements. Reward issued and non-withdrawable free bets or site credit. For bets expire within 7 days of issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
There is nothing bougie about this show. Look, I'm the only guy in here from Delco.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You're about 1 hour away from your qualification opportunity to participate in the Fnatic Sixers Knockout Tournament on Wednesday, March the 2nd. We're 13 days out now. Shooting hoops on the Sixers court. Fnatic Sixers Knockout presented by CSL Plasma. Your chance to grab a pair of tickets and to be a part of it coming up in an hour. Bob, I need you to fight a battle for me. Or just to verify my point of view. And Jamie, if you want to have my back, maybe Bob doesn't this morning.
No, I do.
Okay, Andrew says to me,
what do you say, Andrew?
Did Kincade... Yeah, don't give him that.
No,
yet.
he's not.
Wait to hear his point of view.
Wow.
Well, first of all, thank you for listening.
No,
Andrew.
I already gave him a... Did you hear Kincade? Seriously? Eric Spoelstra's the best coach in the East? LOL. And like a clown emoji.
He just got named one of the top 15 coaches in NBA history.
Okay.
He's pretty good.
I absolutely love the fact that Billy Donovan is the Bulls coach. And I think you're seeing that Billy Donovan is a really, really good coach.
Yeah, he's a good coach.
Done. Billy Donovan does not have the NBA resume of Eric Spoelstra. Coach Budenholzer, I don't know if that's... I don't believe he's won an NBA title. So is Spoelstra. I don't believe anybody is saying that he is a better coach than Eric Spoelstra. So who else is there? Doc Rivers? I guess this gentleman's trying to say to me, you're taking Eric Spoelstra over Doc Rivers?
I don't know who he's trying to say. I would ask him, all right, who do you have above him in the East?
Well, I don't want to really ask him because he gives me the clown, LOL, and the clown.
Yeah,
I'm like, is that a clown? Eric Spoelstra is...
He's a really, really good coach.
Usually, in my professional opinion,
okay,
when
you get the clown emoji, you are not the clown. Usually the person saying LOL and giving you the clown emoji, usually they are... They're making it ridiculous.
Yeah, but he said, did you just really say that Eric Spoelstra?
No.
So, I mean...
You're misconstruing what I'm saying. They think you're a clown.
Oh, okay.
But you're not.
But in actuality is what you're saying. Yes.
Okay. Because I'm going to say, I don't know who he's... I don't know who he's referencing. Doc Rivers?
I guess. Maybe Budenholzer, because he's got the one now?
Budenholzer.
No, stop. He got acquitted of that.
Yeah.
It's time to get over it.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It's time to get over it.
There's not.
You guys are free to get over it. You can.
Thibs, but no, the Knicks are a mess.
They're terrible.
He might be out pretty after this.
Well, he's got to be out.
Remember how we? I don't know. God, like we said, he's a tough guy to play for. And I'm watching that game last night. The way he yells at his players, and I'm not being like, oh, he yells at his players. But the way he does, guys don't get offensive rebounds, and he calls them out right there on the side. He's a tough guy to play for, man.
He's Keenan without the big winning. He's like that kind of coach. The short shelf life, wear people out without the big winning.
You know the Knicks haven't re-signed a first-round draft pick since Charlie Ward? I cannot get over that.
Wait a minute. What?
Are you serious?
How long's that?
They haven't signed 1994. They haven't signed a first-round pick to a second contract with the team since Charlie Ward. My brother was Charlie Ward's PR person for a while. Really? Isn't that amazing?
Wow. God, that's incredible.
What a dumpster fire. Hey, yeah, that's crazy.
There you go. 7 a.m. hour brought to you by my sportsbook app of choice, the Parks Casino Sportsbook app. You can download it at parkscasino.com/PA. Use promo code Fnatic. Pat, I have a $100 risk-free bet that I got the free bet for something that I bet at the Super Bowl.
Bucks tonight.
I have to use it by the 21st.
Okay.
Do I bet against the Sixers tonight?
I already took them.
So
on the money line.
What I would do,
yes,
is I would not bet against the Sixers. I don't like to cheer against them.
Right, I don't want to cheer against them.
But I would build a one-game parlay, and I would just not pick the winner or loser, but I'd build it on the stat line.
Oh,
that's what I would do.
Okay,
I did that the other night.
It's a $100 risk-free bet. I mean, it's a free bet. Oh, you did?
I lost, but my point is, I didn't think the Sixers were going to beat the Celtics.
He had fun playing. So
I had fun watching my money leave.
All right, well, the veteran buyout market is still a few days away. But to me, this is going to be a referendum on Joel Embiid and James Harden. Because if these two are as respected a tandem in NBA circles as we seem to think here in Philadelphia, then the Sixers are going to be a strongly desired destination for people to want to glob onto and be a part of a championship run. If the Sixers are considered a title favorite within player circles, the top option's got to be Broad and Patterson. It's not Dallas. Dallas is the third best team in the West. Probably, third best option to win a championship. So it's not that. So if in the veteran buyout market, if people aren't really moving towards the Sixers, what does that say? Does it say that NBA players don't believe in the combination? Does it say NBA players don't really look at James Harden the way that we want to ignore how potentially James Harden's looked at? Has Harden damaged his reputation? And did Simmons in any way damage Embiid's reputation? Or am I reading too much into it, Bob? They are. If the Sixers are this juggernaut that's been built now that really has a chance to win an NBA championship, the veteran buyout market, I believe, should tell me something. That people want to be here.
If Daryl Morey goes after them, yes. Now, I had someone tell me, and I don't know if this is on the record or not, so I'll just say someone told me that Daryl Morey isn't looking to get guards. He's only looking to get a big.
Well, they need a big.
They need guards.
A big is incredibly important. Correct?
A big that's going to play 8 to 10 minutes a night in the playoffs. Sure. That's it. So how incredibly big is that? I don't know. But, God, I still want to see. Look, Harden will handle the ball. And you do have Maxey who can also handle the ball. Maybe you're going to play Maxey a lot with the backups, even though he's going to get a lot of minutes. Yeah. But it's just – you would think guys want to come here, but they can't go out of they're in contracts other places. They can't call Daryl and say, hey, help me out. I want to get bought out here, and please can I come there? I'm sure guys want to come here, but it's up to Daryl Morey to go out and get them, right?
Yeah. If I see Dallas, and what I'm hearing about Dallas is going to end up getting that Dallas is the most watching Malika Andrews' show, Dallas is the most desired, it seems like, the most desired spot for people at the trade that they'd be at the veteran buyout, that people want to get on the Mavericks. They want to get on the Mavericks. And I'm like, wait a minute. The Mavericks have a much less chance to get to the NBA Finals, much less than the 76ers do.
Yeah, maybe Dragic just wants to go Euro clubbing with Doncic and party it up. I don't know. They got to get a guard. They have to. I just don't want to see Korkmaz in the playoffs at all. I'd be more okay with Charles Bassey getting run in the playoffs than I would Korkmaz or Shake Milton at this point. I want Gary Harris. I hope and pray Daryl is calling Gary Harris's agent as soon as he gets bought out. I think he's the perfect guy to come in here, kind of a little bit of a combo, can play a couple positions, can shoot, can create. I don't know why you wouldn't want that on your bench in the playoffs. DJ Augustine, I'm even fine with. Eric Gordon, I'd be very cool with. They need somebody. They need a guard that can handle the ball. Because if, God forbid, something were to happen to Maxey and he pulls a muscle, you're screwed.
You are screwed.
Your two guard all of a sudden becomes Danny Green, Korkmaz.
It's funny because
the throw-up sound effects are always good.
Are they?
Doc Rivers said, we need a guard, and
he said it in a press conference.
They traded 2 for 1. Now, granted, you can argue that they traded 1 for 1 because the other one wasn't playing, but
yes, you can.
And you could also argue that Shake Milton coming back that solves one of the needs for a guard. But I think it was more of we need what Jamie's talking about. We need a guard who can come off the bench, who I have faith in. And that's always been a strength of Doc throughout his coaching career is developing sixth men. And he hasn't really been able to do it here because I don't think he has the pieces yet. But they need to hit on somebody at this point.
I'd rather Jamal Crawford walk off the street.
I swear that was the name I was just going to say when I was waiting for Pat.
I'd rather him walk off the street than see Shake Milton play again.
Something, yeah. Shake Milton, they're going to give him a tryout. And I said that to Doc, and he said, no, it's not a tryout. We know what he is. But do you? Do you know what he is, and are you confident enough in what he is to carry you in the playoffs? And I'm not saying that as a slight to Doc at all. I don't know who Shake Milton is. I see a guy that dribble, shoots, and takes bad shots, and an offense that can't run smoothly when
around
he's in
him.
there.
No.
And I don't mind that. I don't mind a guy coming off the bench and shoots and gets hot and goes for 14. Look, I think you might have watched a little bit of it last night. I watched that whole New York Knicks Brooklyn Nets game last night.
I watched a lot of it. That Knicks court was sweet.
I mean,
the black and orange.
You like, yeah.
You never even noticed the cord. I went, oh, that's a pretty cool cord.
No, and I'm not.
See, I found that was weird as you say that. I found it incredibly distracting.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, but my point being is that Brooklyn comes back and wins that game because they have Cam Thomas come off the bench and just go
at 21.
8 bleep crazy.
I think 16 in the fourth or something.
16 in the fourth,
Which
and he
is
shot
crazy.
But you have nobody on that like this. That's the bridge that I'm talking
That's
about.
what Gary Harris is.
Their starters weren't good at times last night, Brooklyn's. You had a guy off the bench that could come in and save you. The Sixers don't have a guy that can come in off the bench, I fear, that can just ride the momentum of a game. Like, you're dropping off greatly when you go to the Sixers bench. And that's not what you can have going into the playoffs.
Look, Daryl's got to do. It can't just be a big and no guard. It can't be.
He knows. I mean, he's got to know that.
He's not living in a delusional, dreamland here. He knows what they are. He knows what the playoffs are all about.
He could be feeling a little mellow, maybe, by certain parts of the day.
I have a feeling that guys will want to come here. I do think James Harden and Joel Embiid, if you're a veteran, because there's also minutes to provide you. These guys that are buying out, not only are they trying to chase a championship, they're trying to play for a contract next year. And if you're Gary Harris, a guy that's used to making $19, $20 million in the NBA, and you have a chance to log 24, 25 minutes with a contender, I think it's a no-brainer.
I can tell you, the one thing that scares me is Mr. Hoodie with the sport coat, Richard Jefferson, Kendrick Perkins.
He's got a button up. He had like 4 buttons loose the other day. I was like, Richard, I can almost see your belly button.
Charles Barkley.
Take it easy, man.
They really don't dig James Harden. They dig him, the player, but they really don't dig James Harden.
I don't need to be friends.
And exactly, they're all like, they don't like his tactics. They don't like his, but they respect
Ben Simmons' tactics are okay.
They respect his. They don't. None of them respect it. Even though Kendrick tried to be
it was a malcontent trade. It's good. It's fine.
Hey, Alex in Bryn Mawr joins us on the Fanatic. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. Listen, I was calling because about getting Eric Gordon in the bio. I remember last season, right before the playoffs, we was thinking about trading somebody to get Eric Gordon, and that didn't happen.
So now,
I think it's a great idea to bring him in this season, and then probably try to keep him for next season because he's a great piece. He's balling out there.
I can tell you, I wouldn't mind if he showed up on the doorstep. That would be a great one.
I would love if Eric Gordon was here.
Alex, you got the windows down this morning?
No, hold on.
It sounds like you got the windows down. It's like 50 degrees. It's beautiful. No, it's beautiful. That's awesome. If
It's
you
supposed to
did.
be up to 62 today.
I had the windows down this morning. I had the crosshair going. Put the windows down a little bit. It felt so warm when I opened up the garage door this morning. I was like, "That's awesome."
I'll put the windows down in the winter sometimes. I like that cold air.
I do too,
especially if the defrost is blasting.
Yeah, but not too. It can't be too cold.
Defrost?
Yeah,
or the defrost.
Defrost.
Defrost? Did I say defrost?
You said defrost.
Defrost. That's what I call mine.
Defrost.
You guys call yours defrost? Losers.
Yes,
mine's badass. He's defrost.
All right, Bob, there's another team. First of all, I hated that you began with Miami.
Yeah, because they're a pain in the... They're a hemorrhoid.
Because I think that I don't know if your point was to make it the team that... Honestly, Miami scares me the most after Milwaukee beating them in a 7-game series. So I don't know why you started with them, but it sort of bothers me that you did.
Well,
is there any team that you can give us that's not as scary as Miami? Because Miami's scary, especially if you don't get the veteran buyout market.
Yeah.
To deepen your bench.
Sure. Yeah, they have fresh legs. They do a lot of things that just don't match up well with the Sixers. Look, the 4 teams that I picked, being Miami, Milwaukee, Brooklyn, and Boston, I picked those 4 in particular because, they could, after studying some of the teams, those are the teams that could give the Sixers the toughest series in them trying to move forward. And again, I'm looking at this as like a scouting report. So you don't look at it and say, oh, Sixers are just so much better than them. You look at it in ways that could be, all right, what do you have to worry about if you're the Sixers? Some of these teams I think the Sixers could easily beat in a 7-game series. Maybe, in 5 games, 6 games, something like that. But you have to look at it in a different way. So the next team I'll look at is Milwaukee, John.
Okay, now you're really, dude. You're scaring me already.
No, I don't want to. Well, these teams are out there. It's not like I'm pulling them out of the hat.
They scare me the most, so I got you.
Sure. Well, these are the teams that you're going to have to beat. One of the things about Milwaukee, 6th in the league in scoring, in the whole league in scoring at 113 a game. They make 14.2 threes a game, which is 4th in the league. Again, if you're talking perimeter offense, not something the Sixers are going to be great at defensively stopping. So that's something you have to look out for. Jamie brought this point up before. When the big three of Milwaukee are playing together, and they are obviously Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jrue Holiday, and Chris Middleton, they've played 29 games together. Just take a guess what their record is when those three play together.
24-5.
That's what I was going to say.
23-6. Yeah, you're right there. So,
that's scary.
That is a big thing. And you talk about matchups. Like Giannis Antetokounmpo, as much as I used to love the way the Sixers matched up with him, and I brought this up the other day, I don't love any. I really don't love any matchup with him. Matisse Thybulle is still a bench defender in my eyes. A great defender. But what I mean by a bench defender is a guy that if he has to play 35 minutes, fouls become an issue. If he has to play 20 to 25 minutes off the bench, fouls aren't as important because he's not in there all that much that 6 fouls are going to come as quickly or as readily as they would when he has to play more minutes. He's a foul type of guy. He lets guys get in front of him, and he plays defense from behind a lot of times. That might not work well against 6'11" Giannis Antetokounmpo. So that's what's going to be tough for them. Also a tough matchup. Jrue Holiday might be one of the best perimeter defenders in the East. And you put him on a James Harden, that's a key matchup, and one that I can't definitively go to Harden. Obviously, I can't definitively go to Jrue Holiday either, but it's bothersome. It really is bothersome when you look at those two going against each other, and you're looking for the Sixers to get some kind of a advantage there. I see this team. Obviously, look, this is the number one team. They are the defending champs. You can make the case that they are the best team in the East, and I really can't defend that. I would have to agree with you. Where the Sixers would have to take advantage, I think, is at the shooting guard position. Whether it's Grayson Allen that they have, well, it's going to be Grayson Allen because they traded away Dante DiVincenzo. So I think that's where you have to find your advantage. You have to take advantage of him when you have the basketball, go at him offensively. Joel Embiid.
Real quick to that point, it's nice not to have Ben Simmons here. Because if I'm Milwaukee and that's my matchup, I go, hey, Grayson, you're guarding Ben.
Yeah.
No question.
Exactly. Just like you did with Trae Young.
You can remove your own defensive liability from your game plan.
That's a great point. It's a great point.
It's a nice luxury.
Jamie, you might want to do the Costanza and walk out.
Yeah.
Because that is about as good as it's going to get this
Now,
week.
I think where you have the advantage mostly, and this is going to be with most teams, is Joel Embiid matching up against a Bobby Portis. While Portis is a more physical guy and all that, there's no way he can match up with Joel Embiid.
This is going to sound dumb then. So I'll say it. I'm going to articulate this. It's going to sound dumb. Why do I feel better hearing you talk about this matchup than I do against Miami?
Well, I think
Miami, in versatility and strategy-wise, I think Miami has more ways.
Well, Miami has Bam, who's probably your best chance at going toe-to-toe with Embiid. Nobody can go toe-to-toe with him.
No one's going toe-to-toe, but still, though.
He's probably your best chance at it. Bobby Portis is cooked.
But the chess match with pieces.
Well, look,
maybe Miami scares me more, and that's probably dumb.
Well, no, it's not dumb. What it is when you look at Miami, they're not as good as a team as Milwaukee because you have Giannis Antetokounmpo and you have everything else that you have there.
You do
Chris
his last
Middleton.
name so well.
Yeah, that's why I use it so often because I'm showing
You're
off.
really showing off.
Yeah.
It.
The thing is, with Miami, you don't expect it, but then when you look at it, you say, "Oh, that could be a match." Look, sometimes better teams are a better matchup for you than teams that might not be as good as those better teams. Follow me? Miami could match up better against the Sixers than Milwaukee does, but Milwaukee's a better team. So Milwaukee could just beat you off this. Milwaukee still does have really good, like Chris Middleton. I've been swayed. I will take him over Tobias Harris. Better matchup there. Giannis and Embiid, if you're just going to go off of numbers, that's probably going to be a wash. The key part is, how does Jrue Holiday defend against a James Harden? Maybe that's a huge advantage. When you go to the bench, they got Serge Ibaka. Good pickup, I think, by them because Lopez doesn't appear like he's going to come back after, I believe it was the back surgery or whatever. benches right now are about even in a way of neither one is all that great. So this might be, John, that's a very good point by you. I think Milwaukee's better than Miami, but Milwaukee could be a better matchup for the Sixers.
I feel hearing you say that, I feel like it's a better matchup.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I mean, Middleton and Tobias are washes to me. Joel Embiid's got a distinct advantage over Milwaukee. And then James Harden versus Drew is a great matchup, but I mean, I tend to favor offense in those matchups over defense.
Patty?
Bob kind of swayed me. I didn't really think too much about the matchups going in, but I still worry about the Sixers bench. But everything Bob laid out, I feel a lot better now than I did at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
So thank you, Bob.
You look better, too.
Thanks, man.
I do feel to me, though, everything in my head is telling me you're overvaluing Miami. You're overvaluing Miami. But Miami always, I always think coaching in the postseason, too.
Yeah, again, don't forget how I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this as a scouting report, not saying, oh, Miami's better than the Sixers. Not saying that at all. Just pointing out what is out there and where it can be a problem. That's how I've always been taught to scout. I could say, like, John, I'm playing against you in a game. I know in my mind, look, I'm going to beat you. But you do one thing well. I need to know that. Like I'd say, look, he can go really well to his right, and then he pulls up and he shoots that jump shot. You're not good at defending guys on the right, but it could be the only thing that would worry me, but I would emphasize that. So that's how I'm looking at these things, yeah.
Hey, Bob will have more. Now, look, he's gotten the two best teams out of the way. Because, I mean, unless
Brooklyn's
the Nets,
still...
We don't know what the Nets are, though.
No, we don't.
But I'm sure Bob will have that coming your way. Yeah, it's the truth, too. So we'll have more of that coming up in the course of the show today. Everything that was said the other day by Ben Simmons and by James Harden will be scrutinized in a Speak for Yourself coming up. But I just don't understand why everybody is so feel-good and ignoring what's going on tonight. It's the John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic.
Hey, it's Jamie. Let me tell you about my friends at Lawn and Golf Supply Company. When my walk-behind mower last year crapped out, I was actually secretly thrilled. It was taking me like 3.5 hours to do my lawn. I hated it. My wife hated how long I was spending out there. I needed an upgrade. I knew it. And the first place I went to was to see my friends over at the Lawn and Golf Supply Company in Phoenixville. They're the experts when it comes to all of your outdoor power equipment needs. And thanks to their help, I'm now going to be the master of my lawn with my new Club Cadet XT1 riding mower. Lawn and Golf Supply Company is all about the service. And if you're a dummy like me and you have outdoor power equipment, you don't really know what you're doing, and you need it serviced, Lawn and Golf will arrange to pick it up for you, bring it back to their service shop, and deliver it back to you, ready to tackle any project on your to-do list. And now is the time. If you have any brand of outdoor power equipment you need serviced, get into Lawn and Golf today and be ready to spring before the rush. Maybe you want to get that snowblower, get serviced before you put it away for the summer. Listeners, right now, you can get 10% off service when you simply mention my name or the station's name. You get 10% off just telling them that you heard about them here on The Fanatic. Check them out at lawn-golf.com. Lawn and Golf Supply Company. Everything turf.
The John Kincade Show.
For someone who's super, super hot, you're really cranky.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Here's Joel with a triple-double as he feeds Harris for the slam.
Sixers, Bucks, tonight at 8:30. Hear all the action right here on your home for 76ers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Sixers basketball is brought to you by Corona, proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Don't rely on just your cell phone to connect to the internet. Get Xfinity Unlimited Mobile with 5G and fast, reliable home internet together for $24.95 a month when you qualify through the Affordable Connectivity Program and Internet Essentials. Get unlimited mobile with 5G and high-speed home internet with a modem included, all for just $24.95 a month. Act now to get this incredible deal so you can enjoy more streaming, gaming, chatting, and everything else that you love for less. With unlimited mobile and affordable home internet together, you don't have to settle for just one. Join the millions of customers who save by getting both together only with Xfinity. So don't wait. Connect to the things you love for less today. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/free, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Limited to Internet Essentials customers meeting eligibility criteria and one unlimited line. Taxes and fees extra. Pricing subject to change. Savings based on pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage.
I am one of thousands of women with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC,
which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body.
I am living in the moment and taking Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for postmenopausal women or for men with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy.
Be in your moment. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com.
Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. Right now, you can do the complete job and get a great deal when you buy a set of Duralast brake pads and rotors. It's also AutoZone's national hiring event. We're hiring all positions, from sales to warehouse and drivers, both part-time and full-time. Visit careers.autozone.com or any one of our stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
Hey, it's cause if you have unfiled taxes or tax debt, then you need an expert on your side. You got to call Strategic Tax Resolution, a local firm that helps people like you with IRS and state tax issues. Now, I know times are tough, but what if your bank account was frozen or your paycheck was garnished? Don't wait for the government to take the first step. That's not a good plan. Instead, get protected and call Greg Talbot at 484-915-3100. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. That's StrategicTaxResolution.com.
Before we made Caesar Sportsbook and Casino app, they pitched me that Angry Candy or whatever, but I passed on it. I didn't see the point. Now, why would you crush birds for nothing when you can crush real slots for money and Caesar's rewards? I mean, maybe it's me, but I want to win something when I win, people.
Must be 21. Offer valid in New Jersey only for new players. Terms and conditions apply. See Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? New Jersey and Pennsylvania. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Picking on Egan is extremely mean, but I assure you, it's just a small, minute, tiny part of our content.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You're about a half hour away from trying to qualify today in the Fnatic and the Sixers knockout tournament presented by CSL Plasma on Wednesday, March the 2nd versus the Knicks. You want to make sure for that. So, Bob, you have a picture of you from your kindergarten class.
Bob's teacher was hot.
Miss Lewis was
Guess
gorgeous.
what? She was beautiful.
We loved her.
I never had kindergarten teachers like that.
No. I had Miss Weiser was my second grade teacher. I think Miss Weiser was beautiful. And Miss Fury in fourth grade was beautiful. Like, you remember
I had Miss McDermott,
but like you're a little boy, you remember if you see a pretty, and especially if you had a young girl teacher, it was like you'd listen, you'd behave.
Rent free in my head.
See? There you go. So Bob has a picture of his kindergarten class.
And the only reason I do is because a girl that I went to kindergarten through high school with and is still a good friend of all of ours, that grew up there. Her mom just passed away, and I knew her mom since we were in kindergarten. And so last night she was texting. She lives down South Carolina now, and she's married to a good friend of mine.
Okay.
And they were texting me, and she sent our kindergarten picture, and she goes, "Do you remember anybody from this?" So we were going back and forth.
How many could you name?
Well, see, I have a really weird. It drives them nuts. This couple in particular, that I remember phone numbers from high school. I remember the weirdest things. I probably knew out of, I think it's a class of about 18. I think I knew about 10 to 12.
Nobody could identify Bob in the picture around here.
Including my daughter last night.
And I did.
John got it.
I got it.
John was the only one.
I picked him out. I looked at everybody, and I figured it out who it was. Would you share it with Heavy Chevy? Can the audience play along on YouTube?
I don't want to do that to other people.
Okay.
Other kids in the picture. They might not want it out there.
Well, no one's going to know who they are.
Yeah.
What the hell?
They might. And they might not want it out there.
Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Can we put Miss Lewis out there?
Miss Lewis is.
She was an item, wasn't she?
She was hot.
She had the bell bottoms going.
Now, wait a minute, though. So Miss Lewis is probably 75 now.
Yeah.
She's got to be like 75, 76
She might still be
years
getting
old.
it done.
Bob?
She is a very,
75?
She's probably a Mrs. by now.
That's Jamie, 75. That's in his wheelhouse.
Snow leopards.
Hey, come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies are gray. It's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19, sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. And just a word, after watching it, I watched the story last night on the local news about the city businesses and celebrating the restaurants that are celebrating now the restrictions being lifted. Jamie, I know you are a great supporter of the city businesses, restaurants and everything like that. Pat, you try to do it too. I was heartbroken to hear the numbers. The one number they had on the one report, the report was like 20-some% of city restaurants have failed during COVID, have fallen like by the wayside, and it was almost like 30%. And these people have been really, really hampered. So if you have a chance to get a meal, and by the way, go in. Go in.
Yeah, I'm dropping my wife off Saturday night. She's going out in Fairmount for a little girls' night dinner.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it is good. I wish the mask would follow, but
it looks like that's coming. That's the good news to CDC this morning.
It's a circus when you walk in.
You don't know what you got to do,
and then you take it off of the table. It's like, what are we doing?
The CDC news this morning. It was what come up on my headlines this morning. The CDC is going to issue new recommendations on masks either tomorrow or Monday.
Good. Hopefully Philly follows.
But
yeah, it's good to see these restaurants get, look, a lot of them now, like one of my old favorite places, just got approved for their outdoor area. Granted, to keep it like another, period of time. So it's good, they're trying in some ways to help these places out, but any help they can get is
absolutely
good right now.
Go on in and support them. They had a man on the news, and he was probably in his 60s, I'm guessing, and he looked like he was crying, telling the story about how much staff they've lost.
Sure.
How much business
And even if they're
lost.
open to capacity, just the same amount of people aren't going out and about.
And they're just taking takeouts. So if you can do anything to support these businesses, they could really use your help. So everybody, we're just ignoring the importance of tonight's game versus Milwaukee, even though it may determine a Game 7 home court advantage in late May. The nonchalance heading into this game tonight is bothering me, because tonight's game could really determine whether it's a Game 7 plane trip or Game 7 at the Wells Fargo Center. Now, I remember that last year Game 7 at the Wells Fargo Center didn't go well. And either did Game 1 or Game 5. So I'm maybe making too much of it. But there's just nonchalance to this. This is a critical game tonight. This is a really big game. It could really end up hurting you and just throwing it away and everything. Everybody's like, well, James Harden needs his time. Okay. But it could end up killing you.
Oh, I don't think there's nonchalance. I think that they had a discussion about his hamstring and what's best. 2 games before an All-Star break where you might re-aggravate it, and then it becomes a couple of weeks thing, and you wind up missing time after the break? Or is it a time where you look to strengthen it during the break and get yourself 100% after the break for that final stretch? So I don't think they're taking this lightly, John. I really don't. And as we've seen with Joel Embiid, they've taken a different stance on injuries and preventive measures and all of that stuff. So it confirmed to me more than anything. Look, the way James Harden was acting at the press conference and the way he's been and seeing the highlights, he wants to play. He's glad to be here.
So they're not letting him play.
But, I think they both talked to him, and he talked to them about how it feels, and they came to the conclusion, I don't think nonchalantly, I think they came to the conclusion they thought was the best business move of, all right, what do you want to do? Do you want to aggravate this thing? And then you can't even practice all during a break when you're going to be able to get on the court with teammates? Or do you want to take the cautious measure and make sure you're 100%? Come back next week.
So you're saying they asked James Harden, how do you feel?
Yeah.
They asked him that?
They did. The medical group asked him that.
How you feeling?
Yeah, the medical people are allowed to ask.
Yeah. I'm just for cautiousness when it comes to this, because if he's gone, if he re-aggravates it, your season's probably over. So I'm for the cautious approach here.
This is right now we're a twisted ankle from Tyrese Maxey or a hamstring pull for James Harden of this season going in the crapper. Because of how it's currently constructed.
Yeah, but you can say that about a lot of teams.
Can you?
If Zach LaVine's knee swells up again as soon as he returns, the Bulls are probably in trouble.
Well, I don't believe the Bulls are going to. I don't see the Bulls going to the conference finals, I guess, but I don't know.
It's the NBA's
Atlanta
weird.
did last year.
Yeah.
So I guess anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that about most teams. If Kyle Lowry pulls one of his big ass muscles, the Heat are in trouble. If the Celtics lose,
pulls what muscles?
One of
He's
his
got that
big ass muzzle. There you go.
Big ass.
Oh boy.
I've never known anybody to be out with a gluteus maximus muscle strain.
That's
Wow.
right, Dwight Howard. Yeah. Dwight Howard had an injury once with his ass.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
right there.
I remember he was out. Like
there's a hamstring. It's all
no,
right
it wasn't
there.
the coccyx either, or whatever it is. The coccyx.
That's your bone.
Coccyx.
Yeah, that's that bone.
Is that the tailbone?
That is the worst. I remember one time I was in high school and somebody took my legs out from under and I went straight down on that. You guys know. I'm sure you guys have had it too.
Oh, not fun.
Oh, when that happens, that is the worst.
I slipped on the stairs once. and landed wearing socks on the stairs on hardwood stairs. And then landed right on that, and it was purple across the back.
Oh, that's
not
horrible.
fun.
Yeah,
no. not fun at all.
That hurts just thinking about it.
By the way, what about the dirtbag Cowboys? Did you see it? They paid $2.4 million because of skeevy stuff going on, spying on the cheerleader.
And the guy's
and it was
name,
your senior executive,
Dalrymple.
Yes.
I immediately thought of Seinfeld. I've never heard the name Dalrymple before, except Russell Dalrymple.
Dalrymple. Dalrymple. Yeah, Dalrymple.
He struggles a little
There's
bit.
an M in there. Dalrymple. You really do
It's a
struggle
pretty common
with words.
name, Dalrymple.
Dalrymple. That is
It's not a common name.
in the Northeast.
Sure
it
it
is.
is. Yeah,
No, it's
Dalrymple?
not.
Sure it is.
Yeah,
I've
there's
gone my
a lot-
whole life without meeting a Dalrymple.
No, they're
You haven't met
Dalrymples.
many people.
I've met a lot of people.
They're
There's a couple
Dalrymples
NBA
in
players that were
Delco.
Dalrymples.
They're Dalrymples.
That is
in
not a
Delco.
common name. You guys are drunk.
Each of the
wish.
women received $400,000. The cheerleaders allege they clearly saw Dalrymple, the Cowboys' longtime senior VP for public relations and communications, standing behind a partial wall in their locker room with his iPhone extended towards them while they were changing clothes.
He should be in jail.
Well, the strange thing is that when this guy left his job, people in NFL circles, like major people, major names in the NFL were like, man, the Cowboys losing one of the best. He's one of the best, and he's stepping away. Now you know. He was, honestly, that's just crazy.
That's
to me.
They should serve some time. I'm not even kidding. That's disgusting. Hell's wrong with you?
Now, the Cowboys said they investigated it. And they found no wrongdoing. And they found no evidence on his phone that there were photos or videos.
Tom Brady's phone didn't have any evidence either because he smashed it.
But in the investigation, Dalrymple did use the security keycard access to enter the cheerleaders' locker room in the time frame where the cheerleaders were getting dressed and where the women claim this went on. So they know he was there. Why the hell was he there? So they're saying there was no evidence. We looked at his phone.
Oh, yeah.
They said they looked at his phone. There was nothing.
But they were willing to pay $2.4.
And they $400,000 apiece.
Wow.
And they know for a fact the 2 times the women say this happened, that they say they caught him. And they're like, what are you doing in here with your phone out? The 2 times, they know by his key card when the investigation that he was in there and they had entered, and they're wondering what the hell's going on. They issued him a formal warning, and then he continued. That's a little creepy.
A formal warning.
A formal warning.
How about you're fired?
I swear to you, I can't believe it.
The NFL has so many warts. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
A warning?
That's really scary.
Dude, you're a creep. Get the hell out of my organization right this second.
Yep.
It's pretty simple.
I would love for it to be that cut and dry in the NFL anymore.
Why isn't it?
I mean, seriously, you're spying on women getting dressed?
Because he's good at his job? So what? A lot of people are good at their jobs.
Yeah, no. I'm not defending him.
No, I know you're not. But, that disgusts me. What the hell's wrong with people?
Yeah.
They say the Cowboys investigation started later in the day after these allegations came up. And they said, we took his phone and there was nothing on his phone. Jeez. You mean somebody might have said to the senior vice president, hey, clean your phone.
Yeah.
We're going to look at your phone. Clean your phone.
That's unbelievable to me.
That's incredible. That's an incredible story.
I mean, that and the Washington story, and it's just like
unbelievable.
Just be half decent people.
Now, my wife has never owned a football jersey, but she said to me yesterday, if Jimmy G becomes an Eagle, she wants like a Jimmy G. She goes, will there be a meet and greet if he becomes an Eagle? I said, well, mate, I doubt we'll be invited. And she's very excited about the Jimmy G rumors. She sent me another one yesterday. I'm like, no, honey. Adam Schefter shot that down on our show.
It's not happening.
If she listened to our show more, she'd really be able to get this great stuff there. All right, it's time. James Harden spoke. Ben Simmons spoke. Did they make any sense? Well, Bob Cooney will speak for himself.
Or will
he? Will. No, he will.
I will eventually.
He really will.
We'll see how
he's
it plays
going
out.
to. It's a tough thing.
I'm just going to speak out for myself.
Why don't you just speak for yourself now? Just speak for yourself.
I think I will. So we have some stuff that we digested and dissected from the other day in the.
And now it's time for Bob Cooney's Speak for Yourself.
Oh, that was the West
Here's
Coast.
Bob.
There
Our
we
perfect
go.
show just ended.
There we go.
That was great.
So we have some stuff that we have from the other day that we digested and dissected from a bunch of people, James Harden, Doc Rivers, Daryl Morey. But we're going to start with James Harden. And one of the things he was asked about was how happy he was to be here. But anyway, he came down. He kind of dissected it in a business mode about structure, which is pretty cool because I always like when players come in and don't just talk about what's the court about them, but talk about something more.
For me, it made sense, man. It's a time where I needed to be around guys that I know that want to win and know that are willing to do whatever it takes to win. And the structure here is unbelievable. That's the goal, man. Like Daryl said, opportunity, the window is now. Joel is playing the best he's ever played. So my job is to come out there and help him and help the entire team win the championship this year and years going forward.
Look, there's not going to be a lot to look badly on of what everybody says in this little segment right here. But I really liked what he said, but there was also some inside information there. Him saying it's great to come to a team where you have players that want to win. Shot, boom, Kyrie Irving, there it was. Shot, boom, down to Houston, where he really had nobody around him in the later part after Daryl Morey left. He just wanted to get back together with his love. Daryl was a little fun,
Well, it seems that way. Yeah.
He was down the turnpike. It was time for them to get together. So that's what they did. So Harden was also asked about the biggest question, him and Joel Embiid, and how they might be able to figure things out.
we're both at a high level to where we'll figure it out. You know, Joel does everything on the floor. So we got guys on our team that are very smart. We communicate, and we have coaching that's going to put us in positions to be successful. Listen here, they have something great already going on. I'm just here to contribute, and I know that I can do that very well. So on the court, when you got high-level skill guys that knows the game and all they want to do is win, we'll figure it out.
I pumped my fist on my couch the other day when he said the line, "I am just here to contribute. They have a great thing here." It's basically, he said, this is Joel Embiid's team. I know it. I'm not here to disrupt it. I'm here to add to it. It might be a no BS line when you hear me talk about it like that, but for a player of the ilk of James Harden to come out and admit that, that's big. That means a lot. That means he's going, I believe, he knows what he needs to do to get this team better. And look.
And the opportunity that presents him and what he has to play a part in it, right?
Absolutely. And talking about the IQ of a team, we're talking about 24 games together. Can they get it done? He's talked to Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid must have impressed him with his basketball knowledge for him to come out in the first press conference and say, the basketball IQ around here is really good. We've talked about that. We think that Joel does have that. I think James Harden also knows that now, too. Last thing from Harden that we're going to hear. He was asked about Doc Rivers, and Doc's been a little bit on the, I don't want to say hot seat, but he's had his hand over the stove just a little bit. And James Harden had some things to say about Doc.
One of the best coaches to ever coach the game of basketball. Why wouldn't I want to be led by that? I've been doing it for a very long time, but he was doing it way longer than me, and he's experienced way more than me. And as the player that I am, I still need to learn. I still need to be helped and taught and be put in a position to be successful, so why not?
I love the helped and taught part of it.
Sure. I know a couple of people that worked with James Harden. I know them very closely, that worked with James Harden through his years in the NBA. And a sponge, hardest worker I've ever seen. All of those accolades that you want to hear about a guy is what was told to me. Now, look, rightfully so that we have these trepidations about the last 14 months. There's no doubt about that. But I fall back on what those people say, and as much as maybe he was a hard worker, it changed him to getting to where he wants to be. I don't think it can't change again. And if he's happy with his coach and the guys that he's playing with, you're probably going to see the best of James Harden right now that he can give you at 33.
And that's Doc's best skill set.
Sure.
Right? The teacher.
Sure.
That's what I mean, developing people, teaching people, and everything.
Look at Tyrese.
I worry about where he says, though, he's going to put me in the best position to succeed. Because I consider that to be in a game.
I'll tell you what.
Game strategy.
It's really a lot easier to put a guy of James Harden's talent into a position to succeed. You know what I mean? Putting Ben Simmons into a position to succeed.
Where the hell do you put him?
That's a square peg in a round hole. I mean, that's just what it is. So his job does become that much easier. And speaking of Doc, he was asked about the trade and what the commitment might just be right now for this organization.
Start out with thanking Ben and Seth and Drum. I mean, they all were great. Each one of them enjoyed coaching all of them. One of the reasons I wanted to come here, as Josh knows in our interview, is that we would make a commitment to win, being the winner. When we talked about it, we can do a lot of winning or we can try to be the winner. And being the winner's hard. And that's what we want to become. And that's why we make trades like this, going out and getting Paul and James. We want the opportunity to be the winner. And we believe that this trade does that.
Now, but when Doc first came here, his thing was he couldn't wait to get here because of Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons. It's changed in that it's a commitment to win. It's now
to being the winner now.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I like.
It's now and in the future. Nothing not to like about that.
Because I hate regular season wins. I hate hearing about how that's great because it doesn't mean a damn thing. The regular season wins. He wants to be the winner. This is about winning a championship.
Right.
They all have their talking points in order, though. They all have their talking points in order. They're all unified on that.
Right.
Not setting expectations low, setting them way high.
Yeah. So the last one we're going to go is to Daryl Morey. And he gave the reason that from the beginning why they're all here.
It was pretty straightforward for us, for Elton and I from the beginning. Our mission that's been given to us and the whole reason that, everyone on the team is really here. Elton's here to win a title. Doc's here to win a title. It's all unfinished business for all of us, and we've all come together. And we knew from the moment Ben asked out that if we were going to do a trade, it had to be for one that we thought could allow us to compete at a high level. And the way this league works, you have to get players of the caliber of a James Harden.
And they did. I mean, that's what he
delivered.
Yeah, at some point with Doc coming in here with Daryl and him saying, man, I am so excited. We talked to Doc as soon as he got here. He's so excited to be around Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, and that was the foundation. At some point, the two of them met and were like, no, Ben Simmons ain't getting it done for us. We got to go after a real superstar in this league. It's what the plan was, apparently. I think it was Daryl's plan from day one. And they executed it. So now they have to prove that what they did was right.
I think the minute they hired Daryl Morey, their plan was to get James Harden.
It certainly sounds that way.
Yeah, I don't think this is any coincidence. The Michael Rubin factor in all this. Harden apparently grew close to him through his work, with Meek and kind of the rap scene there a little bit. I think this is all an executed plan a long time ago, and it just took some time and patience for it to happen. But I think this has been in the works for a while.
I love the fact that this is exactly what I can't get past, though, is this is exactly different than the hinky talking points about being competitive. These guys all set the bar, every one of them. It's championship. This move is championship. It's about being the winner, the singular winner. It's about winning a title. I love the fact that they're running towards expectations.
Yeah.
Because a lot of executives try to do the mealy-mouthed, well, it's really hard to win, so we're just trying to be in the mix, and then, things break your way. I think the Eagles do that.
I like the way you phrase it because I can join two things. You say running towards a championship.
Towards the expectations.
Right. And and that's exactly describes how James Harden plays the offensive end of the game. He runs right at his opponent and goes chest to chest with them and then beats him. Whether it's a pull-up, right, left, whatever it may be. He runs at the defender. He doesn't avoid them. He runs at them and then goes whichever way he wants to go where the defender isn't. It's funny. It's a weird comparison in my mind that I have.
Do you think he's the best shot creator in the NFL? I mean, in the NBA?
Shot creator?
Creating his own shot. Is James Harden in the top 3?
Yes.
Top 3 players creating their own shot. He's got to be in that. He's got to be in that conversation,
his step
right?
back is one of the more indefensible shots in the league.
Like Kyrie Irving might be the best finisher around the rim in the league.
And Doncic
and one of the best of all times. That's a great question. I would love to sit down and write it.
If you're talking about shot creators,
yes,
he invented a move.
He's got to be in the top 3.
I think so.
Because we're sitting here going, is anybody better than him? We're you know what? Do your homework tomorrow, Bob? You want a homework assignment? Do that?
Yeah,
I'd love to hear your thought on that.
I'm going to go through the league.
Durant can get a shot on anyone. So
yeah, we'll save it for tomorrow. We'll save that one. A little homework assignment. Bobby's homework. Good job on that. It's nice to speak for yourself. We took it off the shelf, used it. Now we'll put it back up on the shelf. You never know when we'll use it again. Maybe before the NBA Finals or something. That could be. Hey, I've got a conspiracy theory, and I think it's more than a conspiracy theory. We're going to get to it next. It's the John Kincade Show on The Fanatic.
Hey guys, FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge, is hooking new users up with an epic Winter Games bonus. Just place your first bet on any Winter Games sport risk-free. That's right. New users get up to $1,000 back in-site credit if your first bet doesn't win. To get started, here's a couple things that I like. Now, look, I didn't steer you very well because I liked both the U.S. men and women in ice hockey. Well, that didn't turn out real well. But you still have a whole bunch of other things going on. You have figure skating. I just look at the Americans and figure out where I can put my money on them. But you could bet on any event. Curling, speed skating, snowboarding, a whole lot more. Promotions like this are just one of the reasons why I love betting with America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is easy to use, it's safe and secure, and it has fast payouts. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app with promo code Bob and go for the gold today. That's promo code Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
High prices don't get you a great network. A great network gets you a great network. It's why Total Wireless runs on the largest, most dependable network with nationwide 5G. And now our totally unlimited plan is just $50 a month for talk, text, and high-speed data that never run out. Get unlimited laughing, scrolling, unlimited everything. Total Wireless. Do amazing. Available at Total Wireless stores. Capable device and SIM required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. Total Wireless reserves the right to review your account after 60 gigs. Terms and conditions at totalwireless.com/terms.
Hopes and dreams. Everybody has them, both big and small. Whatever your heart is set on, Virtua Health is here to help get you there. As a leading heart program, they take a wholehearted approach to your care, with outcomes ranked in the nation's top 10%. Minimally invasive options to shorten recovery and over 100 heart specialists. So dream big, South Jersey, and know that Virtua has your heart covered and is here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/heart.
Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive. If you love the sports like me, you get annoyed with your team or player. So Progressive's going to help take your mind off your team or that player for a moment. Instead of thinking about how they lost that thing recently, think about Progressive letting you compare our direct rates side by side with competitors to easily find the lowest option. Don't worry, your sports ball team or player will get him next time. Hope this distraction from Progressive about easily comparing rates was helpful to not think about that last game or match or season. I mean, even though I love sports ball.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yes, I'm so sorry about the wait, ma'am. I'll be with you shortly. Carrie, how many appointments did we book at 2:30?
Jin's physical therapy clinic is pretty stretched.
With some light stretching.
He needs another PT before patients get bent out of shape.
Can you get a fresh ice pack from Miss Davis's name?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Vivid Seats. Your ticket to hold on to your hat, edge of seat sitting, bases loaded, 2 outs, half-court buzzer-beating, 60-yard Hail Marys. Hear that pin dropping? Can they do it? They did. For your team, it was nothing. Get tickets and earn rewards with Vivid Seats. Life happens live.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. We can help you save on the right oil for your vehicle. Right now, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic or Castrol Edge Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for just $35.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Nigel, the new head of Unibet US, just moved here from Europe.
Teardrop? Alley oop.
He doesn't know basketball. So take advantage with unlimited parlay boost up to 50%. That's right, unlimited. It's the Level Up Parlay Booster only at Unibet. Download the Unibet Pennsylvania app or visit pa.unibet.com. Sign up to get $500 risk-free. Unibet, crazy about the odds.
Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. At CSL Plasma, you can make up to $825 this month when you donate plasma at any of CSL Plasma's tri-state area donation centers. That's money in your pocket for doing a good deed. Plasma donations help create therapies to treat patients with rare and serious diseases, and the process is similar to donating blood. For locations and info on how you can donate plasma and earn up to $825 this month, visit CSLPlasma.com. Walk-ins welcome. CSL Plasma. Good for you. Great for life.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Hey, fella, this is Joel Embiid, and you're listening to the John Kincade Show.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
No, Tory.
Hey, thank you, Joel Embiid. You know how songs get ruined for you sometimes?
Ruined?
Every time I think of this song now, I think of Didi Gregorius coming up, and it's not the same.
Coach, what did I just say?
Did you just say that?
I called it.
What?
I said as soon as I heard the Notorious part, I turned to Coach and said, give it about 10 seconds and John will bring up Didi Gregorius.
Yeah, because it's become it's a sticking point with me.
Sir Didi to you, John.
Oh, shush.
He had one
He
had one good year, and then he had one really bad year, and everyone just assumes he sucks.
Well, he doesn't suck.
He doesn't suck.
I
There's
didn't
somewhere
say
in the middle
I didn't say he sucked.
Well, last year sucked.
But last year was terrible, and I don't want to. It doesn't inspire me to if you tell me I'm going to watch another year of it. And I don't know, considering that they reportedly nobody would take that contract. That tells me all I need to know.
Make
they
him a
can't
bench
flip
bat.
him. Well, you can't. Well, I mean, I guess you
go
can.
sign Trevor Story or Carlos Correa, do a year deal, and
I thought
I wouldn't mind that.
The next is going to be Bryson Stott. We're going to Bryson Stott.
Story in the paper about him today. Yeah, he's confident he can be the starting shortstop.
It's going to be the next one.
He was spraying line drives all over the field yesterday.
I'm optimistic though. What I've read about him, his approach at the plate. His approach at the plate, I'm very optimistic about.
His biggest problem is that he's a Phillies prospect.
Well, what I also like, Pat, and I think it's the most optimistic thing, is that right now he has worked at holes in the swing, and he doesn't really have any gaping holes in his swing. So that's good news.
Yeah, I've heard that before about Phillies prospects.
Well, let's hope not.
I fell into this trap.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll fall into it again, damn it.
Fool me 1,670 times. Shame
There
on
you
me.
go. Hey, the 8 a.m. sponsor is Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. Visit PAWorkInjury.com. Your chance to get yourself in our Sixers Fnatic knockout tournament presented by CSL Plasma coming up here on the show. Okay, I've got a conspiracy theory for you. And considering I saw the story of Kyler Murray long before it now exploded into a grease fire and thought, okay, there's something more here going on. I'm going to give it another shot. I think the NFL's feeling a lot of heat about this Brian Flores lawsuit and how they're looking and how it's going to come together. And now Stephen Ross is getting attacked in Miami because reportedly offering Brian Flores and saying, hey, we're okay with you losing. In fact, there could be a bonus in it for you. I believe the NFL is going to feel the heat of the Brian Flores lawsuit and public perception and try to force an NFL franchise into minority ownership. I think it's something that the commissioner talked about last week, that he thinks that the NFL's done a very poor job of this in regards to escalating minority candidates and minority presence in their sport. The owners have long wanted Daniel Snyder gone. And if anybody can defend that slime ball, I would tell you to just check yourself a bit. But I don't believe he's been proven of enough to force a sale for him. Now the NFL is going after Stephen Ross in Miami because they wanted to tank. Why would they be doing that? Because if they're doing that, why wouldn't they go after Jeff Lurie? Because Jeff Lurie tanked. I mean, him and his coach, they tanked. They threw a game on national TV, the last game of the year on national TV, in order to improve draft position, and everybody knows it. So now we're offended by tanking? I believe that there's more to this. And I think this is that the NFL is going to try to force out Stephen Ross or Daniel Snyder. Daniel Snyder, no one can defend him. I don't believe you can. I don't know if they can make it worth his while to leave. But teams have been tanking for years, and now NFL circles are clutching their pearls about Miami doing it. I believe something else is going on. And instead of just waiting and seeing, like whether the Denver sale, there is a prominent African-American businessman leading the charge to buy the Denver Broncos. And that could happen. I believe the commissioner from his statements the other day is really concerned about this issue. And I think there's something else going on. Because if the NFL's worried about tanking, they certainly weren't when the Eagles did it. And the Eagles did it very publicly. And I didn't hear one thing from the league about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Eagles did it for a half of football.
No, I got you.
And
but it was on national TV, and everybody knew what they did.
Yeah, well, you brought up the question, and it was thought provoking weeks back when you said if Stephen Ross is doing this, should the organization be taken away from him?
Yeah, because if you're buying tickets, and the NFL's in bed now with gambling,
and you're paying a coach to lose, it's more than just optics with the other stuff that you laid out. One of the things you said, force minority ownership. I don't know how, and I'm being honest here. I don't know how you do that.
How about
do you allow someone to buy an organization? I don't even know what the question I'm asking, but how do you force minority ownership?
Okay, so the commissioner talked about the fact that they've been woefully inadequate, I believe was his term, on the minority presence in their sport, and they're saying not one team is owned by a minority owner otherwise. You don't believe behind closed doors, and at least in my opinion, that the commissioner could go behind closed doors and go, okay, you have it. Like there's a minority ownership group trying to buy the Denver Broncos that the commissioner says, perfect opportunity. If the bids are close, this is the guy I want you to go with.
I said this weeks ago when we were talking about the sale of the Broncos. I said the only way real change is going to happen in the NFL is if it's from within.
Well, didn't Jay-Z try to buy with a conglomeration group? Didn't he try to buy an NFL team? If I'm not mistaken.
They were rumored
I don't remember the team.
I remember Puff Daddy's always been interested in getting involved with the group.
He still is, by the way.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. It's a cash machine. It's the most dummy-proof investment in the world. It literally just prints money. Yeah, I think it's a good thing if the commissioner does kind of, force a hand. Might be.
Well, shouldn't the Bolins take the best offer?
Well, I mean,
it's their business.
Is somebody going to pay $5 million more than this minority group?
What if it's the best offer is not the minority ownership?
Well, then Goodell's probably going to work with it to be the best offer.
That's what I want.
Bring another investor on board.
That's what I think.
Use his network to say, hey, you for $50 million, you can get in on the Broncos. You'll get that back in no time.
And I think it affects the lawsuit. I think it affects the lawsuit with Brian Flores going, look what we've done. We've just went out of our way to make sure. Look what we're doing. We're doing all this progress. And I don't believe that they've done a great job at it at all.
No, they haven't.
I think they've done a poor job at it, but I believe that I'm calling it that will be the next story we talk about.
But it's been long enough. There needs to be a minority owner in the NFL. It's just
if the deal's the best. Because somebody's selling their business. You can't tell, somebody can't tell you to sell your business for less than the best offer possible.
Well, yeah, but is somebody going to overbid by, how much more does it take? It's not like a $5 million is going to be it when you're talking about $1 billion sale.
If I'm selling it, though, I want the best offer. I want to get the best deal that I can get.
But the NFL will make the minority ownership the best offer.
They could do that.
They have a large network of people they can reach out to.
Say, we'll bring in another person into the deal.
Sure.
Because I think it would be, because right now the NFL's under fire.
And I think it's in their best interest to do so.
The Ross thing, I think, is going to be interesting, though. And where do you draw the line? Where do you go with this? Like, John, you put it out there well in that we can't deny that gambling is a big part of what's going on with sports now. I mean, it's become legalized. We all know the ins and outs of it. That's interesting. And when you brought it up a few weeks ago, when you said, look, what are they going to do? Take the organization away from Ross if he's forcing a coach to lose games? And it's a legitimate question.
I'm buying if I'm buying it too. I mean, if I'm a consumer, is my owner selling me tickets to a game they're purposely trying to lose? And he's potentially offering the coach to lose games?
Maybe they're giving you a free medium soda, but that doesn't make up for it in my book. I don't know.
Hey, it's time. Your time to call right now, 215-263-0975. If you're the 10th caller, you will win a pair of tickets to the Sixers and the Knicks game on Wednesday, March the 2nd. And after the game, you're going to get to play a round of knockout on the court. You're going to get to see Renee take Jamie out.
Bring it, Renee.
The Fnatic Sixers knockout is presented by Renee's favorite place, CSL Plasma. Earn up to $825 this month when you donate plasma. Get location and information at cslplasma.com. You'll also have a chance to qualify later on today with Anthony Gargano at noon and with Mike Missinelli at 4.
Nice.
And so you'll have your opportunity to get in then. So we are going through the calls right now. By the way, the gentleman apologized to me he goes, He goes, I thought we were allowed to line up early. I said, well, I guess you can, whatever strategy you take. I said, but we double out the lines. Because you know what he told me? He says, I'm embarrassed to tell you that I started at 7:40.
Oh, man. You might want to give that number again because it looks like people are calling the wrong one.
It's
you lose. Good day, sir.
215-263-0975. We have our winner.
All right.
There we do. I don't know where he's from, but we'll find out here. Chris is on the line. Chris, you're the winner today.
Yo, this is crazy, man. Thank you so much.
Chris, where are you from?
Chris. Plymouth Meeting.
You're from Plymouth Meeting.
Oh, my neck of the woods.
Yeah, man.
Good man.
That's up in Jamie's neck of the woods, so that's good. Chris, are you ready for this? You got game for knockout? Are you going to be taking some people out or what?
Dude, I suck at basketball, but I'll be throwing out some balls.
Hey, you know it's going to be James Harden's first game if they decide to finally play him.
Oh, my God, this is incredible.
In Philly.
You guys made my morning.
All right, Chris.
Cool, Chris.
Congratulations to you. You could be a winner today. At noon with Anthony Gargano, at 4 o'clock with Mike Missinelli. All here on 97.5 The Fanatic. So yesterday, I'm running at the gym on the treadmill, and I'm watching the Mike Missinelli show because it's a great show to watch. It's Channel 40, by the way, if you are at the ACAC and you want to watch Mike Missinelli show. And Tyrone Johnson, and I need you to speak on this, Pat. Tyrone is giving an example of, that he's being attacked by people because he doesn't believe Ben Simmons. He thinks it's unfair. And he says, look, you can't claim you have mental illness just because you don't like John at the office. Little slip of the tongue or what? Did Tyrone quickly came out with it? He flat out said, he goes, you can't claim mental illness just because you don't like John at the office. Of all the names Tyrone could have picked, he picked John. He didn't pick Mike.
Yeah.
I kind of
didn't pick Jen.
I take umbrage with it.
He didn't pick Anthony.
Yeah, no, we could use the name John. He can't.
I mean, did Tyrone, did he throw me under a proverbial bus?
We didn't want you to find out like this, but the 2 to 6 group, they want to physically assault you.
I thought Tyrone and I were really tight. I thought we were getting along great.
I'll tell you right now, and this is just between us, okay? Because I'm a Foxhole guy.
Yeah, Foxhole.
I have overheard them a few times now pull Joe Bell to the side and hand him money to go buy you a chicken Caesar salad.
See, oh really?
Because for those that don't know, John was let go.
Was told my contract would not be renewed over a chicken Caesar.
Using a chicken Caesar salad. They don't want you here.
So now is it Jen Scordo that's maybe the boss of this operation? That maybe Jen is like the power behind the throne?
You think she's manipulating the group?
Could it be? I would think Jen has that sweet Southern personality.
She does, but
she's a cutthroat.
But she'll cut you.
See, I think it is.
And I respect that.
It rolled off of Tyrone's tongue so easily.
So naturally.
That he just said, well, you can't claim mental illness just because you don't like John at the office. Of all the names.
Yeah.
It rolls off the tongue easy.
He didn't say Chuck.
Yeah, we didn't. I mean, look, we didn't want you to find out like this.
He didn't say Pat.
We kept it a secret for a year.
Yeah, it's done well.
But I like you.
Man, thank you, Pat.
I don't really have any say in this situation, but
I appreciate it.
I think you're all right.
Hey, when you're on public transit, be sure to look up and speak up. If you see something suspicious, report it by texting GO1776, calling pound 1776, or the Look Up, Speak Up app. Now, in his defense, Tyrone said it was the generic John.
Yeah.
He was using it as the generic John.
You're not generic, I'll give you that.
No.
You're
very unique, John.
Yes.
Very
unique, John.
Yeah.
Or as Jamie would say, very unique.
I mean, now that I think about it, I think you were the first. No, we had a John a couple years ago.
You did?
You had a John a couple years ago?
Because John is a very...
Like the people that worked at the office named John?
I've long bitched about my name being John.
Why?
Because my parents were lazy and gave me no middle name.
I mean...
Shaqtavius.
Yeah. There was
Can't believe you didn't take
there was somebody that was willing to give you a middle name, and you didn't.
He was willing to pay me to do it.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I said, part of the reason I didn't do it is, here's this wacky radio host. Was
it 75,000?
I think it was 50.
If he gives me 75, I'll rename Paige's middle name Shaq Queen or whatever.
I'll do it for $5K.
I'll change my first name. I don't think. Give me that money.
Yeah, anybody who's going to give you crap over that, the wacky radio guy.
No, I thought that was. That's all I could.
50 cold ones.
That's all I could think was of. Oh yeah, well,
John
wacky radio stunt. John
50K.
John Shaqtavius Kincade.
I don't think I've made $50K in this job, and I've been here 10 years.
That was the worst decision you've made in a long time, John.
It was dumb. It was no. I will tell you, it was a dumb decision because then I got to Pennsylvania and I get my Pennsylvania driver's license, and they're like, "No, you can't use that." I said, "That's my middle name. It's on my Georgia driver's license. My confirmation name I've used as my middle name." And they went, "You can't use that in this state."
Yeah, and the Shaqtavius middle name, you get pulled over by a cop with a good attitude. They see that, they might let you go.
What's the story behind it?
I pray to God that if we ever meet Shaq, he gives me that offer because I can't take it.
You'll take it?
I mean, Joseph ain't fitting me.
If you say $5,000, he's biting. He'll bite. I mean, it's not even.
Don't tell him I said $5,000. I'm going to try to up him.
Well, I mean, he's on. He's on. He already likes you a lot. Then the other Papa John's the other night, you were referencing. He was asking me. He said, "Ask Shaq about Papa John's being in this movie." And
yeah, it's a big product placement in Uncharted for Papa John's. And
the first product placement in a movie, Bob, where someone paid to have their product in a movie. I know you know this answer.
Trojan.
That's
Trojan.
That was
Soul Glow.
It's gonna go Trojan and Debbie Does Dallas.
Back to the Future Pepsi.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And now, the movies are filled with companies paying to have their product on a movie.
Pepsi Clear.
There you go. Hey, you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White. Bradford White, by the way, does pay to be a part of our show. I don't know if they're as happy as the people who were a part of Back to the Future, though. And it was a big winner. All right, Bob, you've told us about Miami. You've told us about Milwaukee. I know where you got to be going next, right?
Or do you, John?
Ooh, okay.
We're going to go up north, not out west. We're going to go up to Boston. And a team that just lambasted you by 48 points the other night. Made you look silly right after James Harden rang the bell.
Wish it was 50.
With a horrible, horrible outfit on, but rang the bell nonetheless. When I look
Fred
at this,
Flintstone.
Yeah. When I look at this Boston team, I look to individuals first and foremost. And that's how I would scout this team. Every time through the years, Boston, Philadelphia, it's come down to me, to individuals. More than scheme, more than anything else. Boston just has a way of getting into Philly's craw. Now, the teams are 2-2 against each other this year. The Sixers are averaging 98 points against the Celtics this year. That's not good. Somehow they found a way to still win 2 of the 4 games. But like I said, I got to go to the individuals. Nobody gets on my nerves on the Celtics more than Marcus Smart. He just does things out there. Look, sometimes they're stupid, the pushing of Joel Embiid, but he gives that team a physicality and an edge that I think benefits them greatly, particularly against the Sixers. A small thing, but when it comes to a 7-game series, we all know it. There will be a player on the other team that all of a sudden you didn't really care about, know about, whatever. But in a 7-game series, they can get on your nerves like nobody's business. He's that. Jason Tatum is just a nightmare matchup for the 76ers. Since he's grown his game into becoming a very good three-point shooter, there's just nobody that the Sixers have had before that they could put on him. Now, you would have thought Ben Simmons was that guy. It didn't work out. He's not here anymore. The Celtics did a great job in years past in playoff basketball against the Sixers of creating high pick and rolls. And if the Sixers switched, they picked who they wanted to switch off onto Jason Tatum, and he had his way. He just worries me that he can go off on the Sixers because of the individual matchups. Jaylen Brown, look, you saw it the other night. If he's hitting three-point shots, if this whole Celtics team's hitting three-point shots, the other night was kind of an anomaly, but he can really be a disrupting factor. And keep this in mind, John. If they go up against the Sixers, you're probably putting Tyrese Maxey on Jaylen Brown. That's a lot to ask for him to cover and then be good at the offensive end also.
Is there any other option?
There could be. You could throw different things out there, but look at your matchups.
There's no other better option. I don't think there's a better option.
No, if you put Marcus Smart on, look, you're going to have to probably put Matisse Thybulle on Jason Tatum.
No, you have to.
And then Marcus Smart. Do you go James Harden? Do you go Tyrese Maxey?
So and the thing is, though, if you do that with Tyrese Maxey, on the offensive end, I think he really suffers. And I think that Matisse Thybulle's already showed us he has no offensive game. His offensive game is regressing. He's becoming Ben Simmons.
They have to figure out.
He's great defensively. He's got no offensive game. So then you're in a real problem.
Yeah, you have to figure that out. Now, there are some mismatches on the Sixers end, I think. Who's going to cover James Harden for the Celtics? I think that's your big thing. Also,
Marcus Smart, right?
Yeah, but I mean, look at that's a big difference in size and all that. Smart's a good defender, though. So I just break it down individual-wise. And then there's this little tiny gray cloud. He was with Boston. He came here. Now he's back with Boston. Al Horford, for all his old man game, and Jamie, you always describe it so well, he just knows how to play against Joel Embiid a little bit.
He's not bad against him. He's certainly
not.
Isn't.
Now, look, Joel Embiid should go off for 30 and 10 against him, but there's just times, important times, that it seems like Al Horford knows what he's doing. And then this guy, Grant Williams, he's just kind of a pain in the ass, always all over the place. Loose ball he's going to get. You need a big block. He's there. He just does things that are annoying. And that's kind of how you describe this Celtics team with the individuals. That's the way I break it down. And some numbers real quick on Boston. Sixers are the worst team in the NBA in rebounding. The worst. The Celtics are number 2 in rebounding in the NBA. That is a huge mismatch right there. Defensive field goal percentage. The Celtics are the best in the league. They hold other teams under 43% shooting. Those are just pain in the ass stuff. You get a bad shot, you don't get a good shot because Boston is really good at defending. Well, then you don't get a second chance because Boston's number 1 in rebounding and you're number 30 in rebounding if you're the 76ers.
All right, Pat, we've heard Boston, we've heard Milwaukee, and we've heard Miami. Who has Bob scared you the most with?
Miami.
I agree.
Miami's been scaring me, though.
But the thing is, though, what's strange is now I'm almost more intimidated by Boston than Milwaukee.
Boston is the big bad wolf, and then as Bob laid it out, they have kind of the Embiid kryptonite in Al Horford, and you saw it last night. Also, I mean, the last game we watched was them destroying the Sixers by 50. So
that just hits in your head.
Yeah, Miami matchup-wise, I think is their worst matchup. I'm not worried about Al Horford, though. I know he's...
No, I'm not worried about him.
No, but he limits. You're going to need a lot more from Harden if you're going up against Boston.
Not a problem.
Harden has to be the guy. Okay, postseason. We got to see a lot.
I love it.
I mean,
I could be a coach giving a scouting report like, all right, Jamie, look, when he goes to his left, he's going to spin right and he scores 85% of the time.
No problem.
I don't care. That means he doesn't score 15% of the time.
It's okay.
A better question for Jamie is who does bother him?
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody.
So I do not want to hear if there's a second-round exit that it's a successful
look, I'm not saying they just have the best duo in the NBA.
Okay.
I've never been as supremely confident in 2 players in Sixers uniforms in my entire life.
Okay.
So
that's a good.
I'm pushing that negativity out of my brain.
Jamie's
Al
there
Horford. Yeah. Good luck.
Hey, it's time for game time. It's a Thursday, 8:30, your opportunity to win fabulous prizes. Game time is coming your way next. You want to get lined up for this at the other number, at 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. We will see if you have a really good ear for liars. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sixers back in action tonight, taking on Milwaukee. It's right before the break. Some of us are split. I mean, some of us here think that Milwaukee's going to win. Others have faith in the Sixers. What if I told you that you could bet on this game and you could do it risk-free, up to $1,000? You can put your bet down and you don't have to worry about winning or losing. I mean, if you win, great, but if you lose, the money's coming back to you. That's a reality at BetMGM. It's one of the reasons why they're the king of sportsbooks. So head on over to BetMGM.com or the BetMGM app, which I absolutely love, and you sign up, and when they ask you for a bonus code, you just got to type in my name, Pat Egan. That's it. That's your bonus code. And if you do that, your first wager is going to be risk-free up to $1,000. I mean, think about it. $1,000. You could take a long shot. You could take a lock. But if you lose, you don't have to worry about it because it's coming back to you in free bets. Plus, one of the other reasons why they are the king of sportsbooks, every wager you make, win or lose, you're earning BetMGM rewards points that you can redeem for room nights and dining at an MGM resort nationwide. I mean, imagine rolling up to the MGM resort, they give you the bill and you say, no, actually, that's on you. That's a reality at BetMGM. So hop on over today, BetMGM.com, the BetMGM app, and don't forget, when they ask you for a bonus code, you just got to type in Pat Egan. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager. New Jersey, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification, eligibility requirements. Rewards issued non-withdrawable free bets or site credit. Free bets expire within 7 days of issuance. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
I am so excited I can't stand it.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia celebrates Black History Month, highlighting remarkable accomplishments and achievements of African-American Philadelphians.
Charles Barkley. While not born or raised in Philadelphia, Barkley still calls Philadelphia home after being drafted by the 76ers in 1984. Barkley scored over 24,000 points and had over 12,000 rebounds in his career. After basketball, the always outspoken and entertaining Barkley has hosted Saturday Night Live 4 times and has had a very successful career as an NBA analyst for the last 20 years.
Black History Month, proudly supported by Philly Pretzel Factory. Don't forget the party tray. And 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Enjoy dessert any time of day with Wawa's new Blackberry Cobbler handcrafted beverages. Inspired by the classic dessert, enjoy the flavors of sweet, fruity blackberry and baked caramel in a decadent cream smoothie, a hot or iced latte, rich macchiatos, and more. Each beverage is made fresh just for you, with no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. For a sweet treat you can smile about. Order your perfect Blackberry Cobbler handcrafted beverage today. Gotta have a Wawa. Wawa's new lineup of paninis feature melty, fresh mozzarella with flavors like Italian jalapeno popper, French dip roast beef, and traditional Italian, toasted to crispy perfection when you order. And all featuring gooey, melty, fresh mozzarella. And that is the sound of a mozzarella meltdown, when your mind is blown by all this melty goodness. Melt down your mealtime with a Wawa panini, or wake up to our breakfast varieties. Gotta have a Wawa.
This ad for Hellsberg Diamonds has been specifically written for those who'd rather think about hockey than engagement rings. You're at a game and your team scores the winning goal just as time runs out. Now, if that game is your proposal and you're running out of time to find the perfect engagement ring, Hellsberg Diamonds is your winning shot. Our combination of quality diamonds, wide selection, and a price match guarantee means you can be confident in your Hellsberg Diamonds engagement ring buzzer beater. Visit your local Hellsberg store and ask about our amazing financing options, or check us out at hellsberg.com.
Hey, it's Cuz. Great opportunity going on right now to build out your game room. That's right, during the winter sale at Royal Billiard, celebrating 40 years with store-wide savings, pool tables, shuffleboard tables, bars, bar and kitchen stools, game tables, arcade games, darts, and more on sale. Hurry in for the best selection. The winter sale runs through Monday, February 21st. Royal Billiard delivers and installs Royal Billiard and Recreation, the Delaware Valley's ultimate game room store since 1982. Visit them in Hatfield, online at royalbilliard.com.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. Right now, you can do the complete job and get a great deal when you buy a set of Duralast brake pads and rotors. It's also AutoZone's national hiring event. We're hiring all positions, from sales to warehouse and drivers, both part-time and full-time. Visit careers.autozone.com or any one of our stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Welcome to Allstate, where you can save just by being you. DriveWise in the Allstate mobile app gives you personalized driving feedback. And by adding it to your policy, you can save for driving safe just by being yourself. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Not available in every state. Savings based on DriveWise and other safe driving discounts. Savings vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nigel, the new head of Unibet US, just moved here from Europe.
From downtown. Where's downtown?
He doesn't know basketball. Take advantage during any pro basketball game with a daily profit boost on your live bets. Download the Unibet Pennsylvania app or visit pa.unibet.com. Sign up to get $500 risk-free. Unibet. Crazy about the odds.
Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in Pennsylvania. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for a checking account that's built for you? Whether you love earning cash back or don't want fees or a minimum balance requirement, Citadel Credit Union has you covered. Plus, get a $300 bonus. Easily deposit checks right from your phone. Receive instant account alerts to stay updated. And simply tap and go with your contactless debit card. For a limited time, get $300 when you open a new checking account at citadelbanking.com/radio. Citadel Credit Union. Building strength together. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
This crew always says thanks for listening, and we actually mean it. The John Kincade Show continues here on 97.5 The Fanatic and streaming on the 97.5 The Fanatic app.
97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
It's game day! Game day! John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Remember, Park Sportsbook app's got a great offer for you. New customers sign up now, get your first bet risk-free. Up to $500. Use the promo code Kincade. You got to be 21 and in Pennsylvania. Should you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. The games are fast and furious, and every Thursday, your chance to win. We had a 1-week moratorium on Game Time last week with all of the excitement over the James Harden trade. Let's get to it.
It's Thursday morning at 8:30, which means game time. It's time to fire up the lie detector and play 2 truths and a lie. Now, here's your master of ceremonies, a guy who lies about his height, who lies about his hockey skills, and who lies about the size of his bank account. Pat Egan.
Hi, Pat. Love this song, by the way.
This is a banger.
It is
Thompson
a banger.
Twins. Yeah.
Right. Did they ever have another song, Coach? Thompson Twins.
Actually, their biggest song was "Hold Me Now."
Hold Me Now.
Yeah,
This isn't your moment. This isn't your moment. I shut your mic off, Coach.
You're right.
This is game time.
It is game time.
He's not happy. He's
there
not.
We go.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get down to business.
And by the way, I don't lie about my height. I lie about my weight, though. All right. And
You're not fat.
I'm a svelte 145. Yes, game time, 610-632-0975 if you want to get in. The prizes this week include a $50 Melting Pot gift card, pair of tickets to go see the Who Hits Back 2022 tour coming to the Wells Fargo Center on Friday, May 20th. We have a free massage and facial, a free massage or facial from Hand and Stone Massage or Facial Spa. Coach, shut your ass. And then the Matrix Resurrection on digital. All right, so 2 truths and a lie. The way this is going to work, I'm going to have each of you gentlemen go around the room and say your truth.
Right.
Okay? It is up to the listener to determine which of those truths is actually a lie. We're going to start off with John in the Northeast.
Hi, John.
Hey, what do you say? Good morning, guys.
Great to have you on.
John, listen up. John, start it off.
I ate an oyster and projectile vomited it out in a restaurant.
I am on level 1673 on Candy Crush.
I once had 10 straight hole-in-ones in mini golf.
All right, which one of those is a lie?
I'm going to go with the bro. No way, buddy.
Let's find out.
That was a lie.
All right.
Yeah.
Good job, John.
Anybody who's watched Jamie golf before can tell you he's not very good at most
He fell
of the
down
things.
on
Bob, you really? I didn't realize Bob plays.
Oh, he's an addict.
Yeah.
Bob, I never knew that about
never
you.
seen me play Candy Crush.
But I didn't realize that.
I used to do it on the plane all the time when I was traveling, yeah.
Cool.
Well, that's good. Good
great
job,
story.
John.
John is going to win a pair of tickets to go see the Who Hits Back 2022 tour coming to the Wells Fargo Center Friday, May 20th. Tickets on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. For another chance to win, visit the contest page at 97.5thefanatic.com. Let's go to Mike in Cinnaminson.
That's a tough name to say for Jamie.
Hey.
Mike, you ready to
Mike.
play?
Defrost.
What's going on, Mike? How are you, buddy?
All right, John, start us off.
All right, here we go. I saved and have the first dollar that I ever earned.
I once played one-on-one with Mo Cheeks during a practice session when I covered the Sixers.
I've been salmon fishing in Alaska.
All right, Mike, which one of those is a lie?
I'm going to go with Jamie the Liar again.
Let's find out.
That was the truth.
Yeah, unfortunately,
no,
Mike, if it has to do with Jamie traveling somewhere
and hoity-toity type of activities,
some bougie activity, it's going to be true every single time. Word to the wise.
It was
yes.
awesome.
I bet it was.
5 different types of salmon you can
Bob,
catch
have
up
you
there.
and I ever been to Alaska salmon fishing?
No, never had that.
I highly recommend it if you get the chance.
Gentlemen, we don't live the lifestyle that he does.
We don't.
All right, we just don't.
Lifestyles of the rich and lynches.
Now, I know one
awesome.
guy that would love to is Graf from Media. He's up next.
Graf thought he was being shadow.
I'm sorry, the lie was Bob.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
lie
I
was Bob.
didn't play. Mo didn't want any of this.
So it was Mo that didn't want to play you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Graf, you're up next, bud. All right,
Graf, you're not shadow banned, by the way.
John,
No, I'm just an idiot. It's all right, guys.
kick us off.
All right, I used to sell whittled wood figurines that I whittled when I was younger.
I have never spent an overnight in a hospital.
In first grade, I got a styrofoam peanut stuck up my nose.
All right, Graf, which one of those is a lie?
Well, I don't know if Bob is lying on purpose or not, but he has children, so I have to assume he probably spent the night in a hospital at least once. So he is lying.
Let's find out.
That was the truth.
The truth.
Bob Cooney ain't about sleeping in hospitals. He's about having sex
Graf.
and watching sports, Graf. I apologize.
Sorry, Graf.
I mean, he had the sex to have the baby.
Which one of you was lying?
I was lying.
Not all the
First of all,
You never whittled in your life, I would say.
no. Does creating those
No.
the race
not.
cars in
We're moving
the
on.
race cars in the Boy
Nope.
Scouts?
Yeah, no, you didn't
That
whittle.
doesn't count
Fine.
whittling.
Derby,
Okay, I
get
was
outta
wrong.
here.
It
Get
does
outta
not.
here.
There you go.
Let's go to
Doesn't
Mike in
count.
Delran. Mike, you
Mike.
ready to play?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up, Mikey?
Mr. TNT.
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I'm a Candy Crusher.
Johnny, kick us off.
All right, I once swam across the Delaware River at its most narrow point.
I have never been overseas.
I walked behind Matt Damon at Stonehenge.
That proves our point. Mike, which one's a lie?
I think Bob's lying.
Let's find out.
That was the truth.
Once again, you've got
Sorry,
Jamie
Mike.
with his bougie
Well,
activity.
you knew
of going
Jamie
to
with
Stonehenge,
bougie stuff.
hanging out with celebrities. Of course, that was the truth. Which one was the lie?
It was me. I did not swim across the Delaware River at its most narrow point. Can you do that?
I've swam across
I'm
the
fascinated. Can you can do that at
Yeah,
its
I
most
grew up
narrow
on the
point?
Delaware.
How far is it?
Washington Crossing isn't that far.
Like a 5-minute swim?
A little longer.
Okay.
Jamie used to vacation with Michael Phelps.
I mean, there it is.
Yeah.
I love how Bob has never been overseas though.
Why do you
didn't-
love that?
But you didn't scout like
All
Well,
those
wait a minute.
miles.
Say
Wait a
shed?
minute. Overseas?
Yeah, he said overseas. You
Okay.
didn't- you weren't scouting
Does Hawaii count?
any of the drafting stashes.
Okay.
Never been to Hawaii, so even if it counted, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Wow.
let's go to Westchester where Shane is up next.
There you go, Shane.
Shane,
Hey, guys.
What's up, buddy?
listen up. Tell me which one's lying. John, go.
I have to keep a light on in the bathroom at night during hotel stays.
I can't fall asleep unless I have my socks on.
I won my job in this industry.
That's not surprising. Let's go to Shane. Which one's lying?
John.
All right, let's find out.
That was the truth.
Yeah,
I leave.
John gets scared.
I leave.
scared,
No,
right?
it's not that it's scared.
You're
It's
scared.
that I do not know
It's okay, John.
being
John.
able to navigate in the dark.
John, it's
I
just
leave
us.
the light on and then I close the door so it's just a crack.
We're in the trust tree.
Gee,
If you're
John,
scared,
it's-
it's okay.
Scaredy cat.
Night lights are fine, John. Which one of you guys was lying?
That would be me. I don't sleep all the time with my socks on. Sometimes.
You do
God,
sometimes.
psycho.
And then Jamie, you did in fact win your job,
I did win my job, yeah.
and we're all better for it.
And you beat? Did you beat out Colleen or were you in the same?
No, Colleen Wolfe almost ended my career.
She did.
And I bust her stones about that all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
She
But
tried
we're
to
good
keep
friends.
you out of the industry.
She did.
And then she married Gonzo.
Yeah. I
So
fought
I mean,
and clawed
who,
my way
who
back.
really won?
Yeah, exactly.
Who really
Wow.
won?
Okay, let's go
Colleen's
to.
doing pretty well.
Yeah, I think
I
she's
would
doing
say
all
so.
right for herself.
Let's go to Chris.
What's happened to you?
Let's go to Chris on the cell, who's up next.
I don't look like Colleen.
Chris, tell me which one of these guys is lying. John, start.
I purposely switch up the path I drive to work a few times a week.
I was born in a blizzard, and I was married in a blizzard.
On a dare, I streaked across LaSalle's campus nude for $1.
Chris, which one of those is lying?
John.
Let's find out.
That was the truth.
It was the truth.
Yeah,
That's
unfortunately, John. The call. Chris, you got to listen closely there. On a dare, I streaked across LaSalle's campus for $1. Jamie doesn't get up for work for less than a C note.
I mean, seriously.
I get naked for one person and one person only.
Yeah, he's not getting on that.
My
pole.
wife.
Not getting on that pole just for a GW. So,
does anyone else find that do you find it odd the driving to work?
Yes.
It's a little odd.
You drive the same way every day?
Yep.
Yeah.
I purposely switch it up.
Huh? That's a little odd.
Yeah, that's weird. Who do you think's tailing you?
No, it's just I purposely switch it up because I have a few different options. There you go.
Shadow government.
I need Gresham Valley Road to reopen up. That's what I need.
Bob, born in a blizzard and married in a blizzard. We know the blizzard. So the other blizzard, you were born in a blizzard.
I was.
Let's get two more. Let's go to Chris in the Northeast.
Hi, Chris.
Chris, tell me which one of these guys is lying. John, go ahead.
I have zero fear of handling snakes.
I enjoy taking baths with lit candles.
I got married in the middle of an FBI manhunt in the town the killer was found in.
All right, Chris, which one of those is a lie?
Bob doesn't strike me as a candles guy.
Let's find out.
That was a lie.
Yeah!
Good job, Chris.
Finally got another winner. Yes,
from the
Chris.
Northeast.
Yes,
another winner from the
Northeast
Northeast.
is sharp, man.
That is indeed a lie. You're going to win a $50 Melting Pot gift card. Score a touchdown with a romantic fondue experience. Visit meltingpot.com.
That's a great place to hang out.
So
who was the manhunt?
It was the killer that killed a state cop a couple years ago, Eric Freen.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, the guy
and he was on the run in the woods.
Wasn't he in the woods for weeks, though?
Yeah, for weeks. And he was wearing diapers and smoking Russian cigarettes and all this stuff. So that was right at where we got married in a town called Canadensis. He was from the area and he was hiding in the woods. And he was actually found down the road from where we got married.
By the river.
That's crazy.
But a lot of my family was staying for the wedding right by where he was found.
They just figured it was one of your groomsmen.
Long lost lynches?
Yeah, it was one of your groomsmen.
I went
got
to
a
a
little
basketball camp at Camp Canadensis.
Last one. Let's go to Will in Roxborough, all right? Will, tell us which one of these is a lie.
In the 70s, I wore shoes that had live goldfish in the heels.
I have seen a concert at every stadium ever in South Philly. That's JFK, the Spectrum, the Vet, the Link, Wells Fargo, and Citizens Bank Park.
Jamie didn't include enough lies or truths for that matter.
Coach was kidding when he said this.
Mine is I've never pleased a woman. All right, Will, which one of those is a lie?
Y'all gonna give me this one? That's crazy. All the ones I've been listening to, y'all give me these. All right, listen, man. I'm gonna give you some points here, man. You pleased the woman in your time.
Thank you very much.
No, but you want to tell who's lying.
So which one's lying?
Not Pat. So is it me with the live goldfish in my shoes, or is it Bob seeing a concert?
I kind of believe that. So I mean, we gonna go with the goldfish. I don't got you. You too for school, man.
All right, he's going with the goldfish.
Was a lie.
All right,
good job, Will.
Yes,
come on now. In grade school at St. Annie's, I was wearing fish in my shoes.
About the guy that was on the run, I was actually in the Poconos, staying in the Poconos when that happened. That guy killed the cop.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was up around that area.
How long was he? Wasn't he missing for days?
He was missing for a couple days.
Oh my gosh.
Will, that sounds stressful.
Good job, Will.
Will, what we're going to do for you is we're going to give you a free massage or facial from Hand & Stone Massage Facial Spa. Book online at handandstone.com.
That was great today. Good job, guys.
Graf doesn't believe you, Bob.
About what?
That you've never spent overnight in a hospital.
I believe that.
I never have. I've never been sick enough. I mean, I'm talking about
4 kids.
I never slept overnight in a hospital.
You've never slept overnight in a hospital?
After the kids were born, I left. After a while, yeah. Because I usually had other kids to take care of, except for one.
There was some college game on that he had to get to.
Yeah, I swear to God, I've never slept over in a hospital. Not lying.
I can't say that, unfortunately.
No, I know something's going to happen on the way home where they're going to have to rush me to the hospital now.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. Great job with Game Time today, and remember, every Thursday at 8:30. In the linchpin, wait a minute. We have another conspiracy theory?
This is the linchpin.
I don't think Tom Brady's retired. He may say he's retired right now. I think he's going to the San Francisco 49ers. If you look at their odds list for next year, they're 5th in the NFL. With Trey Lance at quarterback? How?
Well, they got to the NFC
without
game this
year.
Trey Lance.
Without Trey Lance. Trey Lance, man.
They don't have a quarterback that anybody knows anything about right now, and they're 5th in the odds.
Bob, you're more accurate than Trey Lance.
Jimmy G might be going back.
He could go back. They say they have not ruled that out.
Yeah, I'm not ruling Tom Brady out yet. That's
Really?
where he's from. He grew up a 49ers fan.
Why would Tampa let that happen?
Because Tampa's in cap hell. They might not want to let that happen, but they might be forced to let that happen. I have a feeling, it's just a gut feeling, that he's going to end up a 49ers quarterback, and they're going to be perhaps the favorite.
Kyle Shanahan had every opportunity to sign Tom Brady and didn't want it.
And what do you think prohibited the 49ers from moving on to a Super Bowl this year?
Oh, no, I got you there.
So,
but I don't think it's I can tell you almost unequivocally that he would not want Tom Brady.
Well, does he want a Super Bowl title? At some point, you got to put your ego away, right?
He's arrogant enough.
If a team that's close to getting a title has a shot at Tom Brady and doesn't take it if he comes back to play, then they're the dumbest organization ever, and they should be disbarred.
That's too easy.
Yeah.
Like, to me,
sometimes things are just easy.
No, but like I could see Tom Brady saying, yeah, I didn't think I was in the best shape this year, although I had a great year. So I'm going to take a couple years off and then come back. Like, I could see him trying to do something.
That's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just see it's too easy for him to say, well, I'm going to go finish out my career in my hometown.
Why
boring.
is San Fran
Boring.
5th on the odds list?
I don't know.
Trey Lance's quarterback.
Because
fifth isn't awesome.
Because they were in the Final Four this year.
It's essentially a rookie quarterback starting that nobody has seen throw an NFL pass.
Or Jimmy comes back, which is not ruled out by anybody. Jimmy's camp, hit their camp, or whatever is all said. It's potentially on the table.
Yeah,
they
or
gotta see.
Tom Brady's on the table.
Wow, I tell you, I'm not buying it.
It's an interesting thought. You dove deep there.
It's interesting.
Even if Jimmy G's back, 5th in the NFL in odds.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Well, they were in the Final Four this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
pretty good.
outlandish. Who
It's
else?
not.
Wait a minute. Who else in the top 5? Probably this year's Final Four. Probably Buffalo. Probably the Chiefs.
Chiefs are 1. I think Buffalo's 2.
Okay. Then probably
I'd have to
probably
pull
the
it up.
Rams. Probably the Rams. So it's just this year's Final Four.
Yeah,
Yes.
something's fishy here.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, something's fishy.
Cincinnati might be in the mix, which shouldn't
doubt
be.
it.
Don't bet it. Don't bet it. So there you go.
I don't know, man. Something's up. Brady's not done.
Wow, I don't buy that at all. You know what? Adam didn't even seem intrigued yesterday when that got brought up.
He said it could change, though.
It could, but he didn't.
Yeah,
even,
he said he's retired for now, right?
Yeah,
he said he's
for
retired for now,
Yeah.
and I think that was more the cover your ass, just statement.
Sure.
I don't see it. There you go.
Huh.
Good job, Jamie.
Why don't you pine for him to come here then, Lynch?
It was actually one of my show topics, and I thought it would get laughed at and mocked.
Well, we usually
No,
mock
you just didn't want to cheat on Russell Wilson.
Well,
All
Russell, the ship sailed as much as
No,
we
it
wanna mock Jamie
hasn't.
for
No, it
that.
hasn't.
Yes, it has.
No, it hasn't. We're just not talking about it as much. We're letting love lie. If Tom Brady, suspend disbelief for 1 second. If Tom Brady was to come back and the
Suspend
Eagles,
belief,
Right.
not disbelief.
yes, that's what I'm having a rough day. Not enough coffee.
English language, your second language. It's tough with all this foreign
It's tough.
travel.
Yeah. If he becomes available and you're able to swing it from a financial standpoint, do it and don't even think freaking twice about it.
What an idiot.
I would love it. I would love it because it would be an upgrade, just like Jimmy G would be an upgrade.
The greatest upgrade ever.
It would be an amazing upgrade.
Guy threw for 5,200 yards. I just don't think he's walking away as one of the best quarterbacks still in the league. Now, he might want to go out on a high note.
Then why did he do all this?
Because he was outed.
Because Giselle's begging him.
Okay, so then the dynamics between a wife and a husband.
And then he's going to get the football itch, and he's going to say, Giselle, one more.
I can be a better father, a better husband if I just get this out of my skin. I need to do it once more.
I got to tell you, I think he's a selfish bastard with this stuff.
Oh, Bridget Moynihan would tell you that.
I'm going to tell you right now, he's already accomplished all that he could potentially accomplish, and his wife, it's public. She's documented she's done interviews on it where she's begged him to be more of a dad, to be more available, to be more present, to be more that's what she wants. That's why he retired. if he goes back to football.
Wait, she came out and said for him to be more
she's
of
begged him. She's begged him to be. She wants more of his time. He said it in his retirement thing about my family needs me. They say they need me. My family needs me, and my children need me.
Well, if you buy my conspiracy theory, it's a good time to buy odds on the Niners because the big game's passed, but prop swappers are still cashing in. Find the best odds on PropSwap. When you're buying directly from other bettors, download the free app today. So here's the odds. It's Chiefs 1, Bills 2, Rams 3, Cowboys 4, tied with the Niners. Bengals also tied there, then Packers, then Ravens, then Broncos, then Bucs.
By the way, you brought that up yesterday. Is the people always bet Packers and Cowboys are just the unbelievable.
America's teams.
They're just constantly. So
that tells me Rodgers is back.
Here's some of Giselle. It pains me to see him get hit out there, and it pains her to see me get hit out there. And she deserves what she needs from me as a husband, and my kids deserve what they need from me as a dad. Giselle has begged me to retire from football.
That's great.
And my kids deserve more. My wife deserves more. That tells me that there have been some contentious conversations. Like, and in good matter. No, but well.
He's going to get that.
Wait a minute. Wait. If Donna said to you, Bob, your children need you more. I need you more. That's not a friendly conversation. That's a come on, we need you. You're distracted. You're a dad. You're a husband. We're not getting enough out of you. We need you.
Wow, we're not getting enough out of you.
Well, that's what it says is my dad, that's what he said. These are his words of what they're saying, and I would imagine that her words were a little more passionate.
I don't know. I don't as far as other people's, whatever. I don't think it's selfish for him to play. The guy's that's his profession. I mean, he goes to work. Guess what? He's going to stop working at 45. We're going to be working until we're 70.
Yeah, I'm lucky if I ever retire.
He has off for 4 months of a season.
All right. I do not believe that your bride, and I know mine would say, that guy, my husband's been an absentee dad. My kids need more from my husband. My kids need my husband.
I'll bet you when I was on the road 9 months out of the year.
That's different.
I'm just saying.
That's
if Donna was interviewed about it, she would say, "Yeah, I wish he was home more. He's missing a lot of the kids' games, and he's doing it."
But you didn't have an option. You had to pay the bills.
Her next line would be, "But he has a job to do."
These two are two of the richest people on the planet.
You're going to take away something he loves to do? I mean, isn't that the essence of love? You allow someone to do what they love to do. He loves to play football. He loves to compete, and he loves being the best at it.
My kids deserve more from me as a dad. That's his words. It's not mine.
So do mine. Guess what? So do mine. So does yours. Sorry, John, you're not the greatest father in the world. Either is Jamie. Either am I. All of our kids deserve more, better, whatever it may be. I don't dive deep into it to say, this is what it is. Look, if the guy wants to have a profession, I'm not questioning the marriage. I don't even know Giselle from a hole in that. You could put a picture up in front of me. I don't even think I could pick her out, tell you the truth.
I picked you out of your kindergarten picture.
You did.
Today.
He also gets to take him to Jackson Hole, Wyoming for, 4 months of the year and live there. And I
don't think
it's not like he's completely absent.
They have a year membership to Six Flags.
Well, you don't think those are interesting words. Very interesting words.
But I feel I've been hearing these last 2 or 3.
And she's asked him for 3 years. These, by the way, quotes go back to 2019.
And he's still at the top of his profession.
Yeah.
I got you.
I mean, he's not asking her to be a model.
What's he going to be milling around the house every day? I think Giselle might be like, what are you doing today? Nothing. I'm just going to hang around with you all day.
Comparing you or comparing me to doing something like that is we have bills to pay. Tom Brady and Giselle are two of the richest people on the planet.
But he's still the best quarterback in the world.
I understand, but they don't have to. There's no need for them to go, okay, he's got to go to the office because we can't survive without him.
We
can't compare him.
Yeah, he's got that competitive burning.
Correct. He wants to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why take something that somebody wants to do away from them?
I got you.
I mean, that's
Giselle
similar.
might get a miserable.
Christina says no, don't go to Philly. I know you want to go there.
Believe me.
But don't.
We had
you did.
We had very long conversations about it during the whole process going, do you take this job? Do you go? What do you do? And how does it work? And believe me, it's not easy. So I can only imagine if we had $100 million.
Yeah, see, that doesn't come into play with me. When you're talking happy, the money. But if
paying
a guy,
bills does.
But the guy wants to do something.
I got you.
It's his love of life besides his family.
Jamie, would you want to play golf every afternoon?
Yes.
But you can't.
I'd be awesome at being retired.
Would you be? If you had all the money in the world, you could have a nanny that would take care of your kids. You don't. There's things you do. There's things we want. All of us want.
I just don't think he's done.
All right, we're going to find out coming up. That's an interesting conversation, though.
Yeah, right?
I like that conversation. I'm interested to see where people would fall.
It sounds good in February when maybe April, May, June roll around. He's got that itch again.
Hey, the NFL dominates, but how much it dominates is going to shock you. Next on the John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic.
Turn your love of blackjack, slots, and roulette into something even more special with DraftKings Casino. This week, new customers can get up to $50 in free credits just for signing up, plus a deposit bonus up to $2,000. The best part? It's right there on your phone and desktop. You don't have to go anywhere. You can play from anywhere. DraftKings Casino has all the big-name casino games plus exclusive offerings you can't find anywhere else. It includes an array of popular slot games, including Diamond Hearts, 88 Fortune, and Fire Buffalo. DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable, and you can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you are ready. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code FANATIC and get up to $50 in free credits, plus a deposit bonus up to $2,000. That's code FANATIC, only at DraftKings Casino. 21 plus, Pennsylvania only. In partnership with the Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. Restrictions apply. Deposit and bonus amounts require a 15-time playthrough at various combination rates. Bonus paid out in site credits. See DraftKings.com/casino for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Uh-oh. Looks like I'm in for a bad hair day.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Goes dominate at one of the biggest dunks of his career.
Sixers, Bucks, tonight at 8:30. Hear all the action right here on your home for 76ers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Sixers basketball is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app.
This winter, Comcast Business is helping Team USA and businesses across America stay ahead during the Olympic Winter Games. Keep yours ahead, too, with reliable connectivity and secure solutions on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses. And get access to over 20 million Wi-Fi hotspots from coast to coast to help you stay connected on the go. So no matter what big event comes up, your team can be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security, together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 3-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 Visa prepaid card when you order online. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online today to learn more. Offer ends 2/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
It's time. Time to get in shape. Hit the gym. Work up a sweat. You're going to need some energy. A lot of energy. A 5-Hour Energy. With vitamins and essential nutrients, they provide an alert, energized feeling that keeps you going. All without sugar or herbal stimulants. Are you ready? 5-Hour Energy. For every workout. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
A new Planet Fitness location is now open. To celebrate, you can join now for no enrollment fee, $10 a month, no commitment. We're ready to welcome you with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Plus, you can check the crowd meter in our app for the best time to visit. Join the judgment-free zone today for no enrollment fee, $10 a month, no commitment. Hurry, this deal ends soon.
Now open on Aramingo Avenue. Join us at our grand opening celebration, February 23rd from 4 to 6 p.m.
Planet Fitness locations are independently owned and operated. See club for details.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell Technologies President's Day business sale has arrived. For a limited time, save up to 45% on all of our latest gear to work from anywhere with fast, free shipping. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. So now's the time for incredible savings on PCs, along with servers, monitors, and docks, all with free shipping and quick installation and setup through Dell Installation Services. Get started by shopping online or by contacting your Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's cuz if you have unfiled taxes or tax debt, then you need an expert on your side. You got to call Strategic Tax Resolution, a local firm that helps people like you with IRS and state tax issues. Now, I know times are tough, but what if your bank account was frozen or your paycheck was garnished? Don't wait for the government to take the first step. That's not a good plan. Instead, get protected and call Greg Talbot at 484-915-3100. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. That's StrategicTaxResolution.com.
Steel Panther, the Res Erections Tour. Saturday, April 30th, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Atlantic City.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Starr. This is Sticks It In Ya from Steel Panther. The party has returned.
It's a new year. It's a new tour. Come join us.
Get your tickets right away.
Steel Panther. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Presented by Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Atlantic City.
Relationships run hot and cold. No matter how hard you try to compromise, sometimes things are just out of your control, like the TV remote and the thermostat. Fortunately, your independent Delaware Valley trained comfort specialist can provide you with a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system with whole-house air filtration, so you'll always have even, consistent heat throughout your home, along with cleaner, healthier air. You'll save money and maybe even your relationship. Visit Trane.com to find a Delaware Valley independent Trane comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a train.
Wawa's new Blackberry Cobbler handcrafted beverages have flavors of sweet, fruity blackberry and baked caramel. Enjoy a Blackberry Cobbler cream smoothie, latte, or macchiato today. Gotta have a Wawa.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
We are no longer new and different. We're just different. The John Kincade Show returns
on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Final hour on this Thursday of the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You know that. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. So during the commercial break, Jamie, you missed it. We had the ad for what is coming. One of our fine advertisers for the Res Erection Tour is coming. For one of the music groups. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank on the name, but it is the Res Erection Tour.
Resurrection?
No, Res Erection Tour. And they clearly say it like that. And what does Bob say? Is it hard to get tickets?
Steel Panther.
Steel Panther?
Yeah, Steel Panther.
He said, is it hard to get tickets? I get it. That Bob. Is a really, really.
Just because I didn't laugh didn't mean I didn't get it.
Jamie, we know with a second language with you that some of these things are they get lost in translation.
Their drummer's named Sticks Idinya.
What?
That's horrible.
What? It is not.
Look it up.
Stop.
Look it up.
Sticks Idinya?
Steel Panther is a kind of a mock hair metal band.
Okay, yeah, I've heard
California, that. And they totally go into the the lore of like the Motley Crue stuff. So yeah, their drummer's named Sticks Idinya. Yeah, they have some other like crazy names, but they're extremely talented. Their songs are catchy, but yeah, look them up. Steel Panther.
We were once at O'Hare, stranded in a blizzard, Like, I mean, Blizzard came in, all flights pretty much canceled. They had to keep, like, the bars open, the restaurants open.
Bob was probably getting married or having a kid that day.
He was probably having a kid that day because it seems to happen when there's a blizzard.
Pat is right.
Is it Sticks It In Ya?
It's Darren Sticks It In Ya, leader.
And who are the rest of them?
Russ Satchel Parrish and Ralph Michael Star Sinez.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael Starr.
Okay, so we had a bunch of people at the bar. Travelers all lost. Nobody really knows each other, all sitting around. And then it was this one guy goes, "What's the greatest name we could get paged here at the airport?" And people put money down in the bar and were trying to get people paged on the intercom. Now that was one. Nobody would do Sticks It In Ya.
Well, I mean, but what happens if, you know, the flight to catch and Mr. Sticks isn't
But
there
his name
yet?
is Darren Sticks It In Ya.
Well, no, like his name is Darren whatever, but
So if you
his stage present is Sticks It
Yeah, but
In Ya.
nobody's going to fall for that if you're asking to page him at the airport.
Make
right?
sure to go see Steel Panther and the
There we
Res
go.
Erection Tour.
The Res Erection Tour.
You get it, Bobby?
Yes, I saw it.
Who doesn't
Bob
like a
knows
good
it.
boner?
Okay, how much does the NFL dominate other sports? It's incredible. The numbers are out now. The divisional playoffs of the NFL were up 20% this year. And those were 4 spectacular games. So nobody was tuning them out. They all went till the last play. The conference championship games were up 10%. And the Super Bowl was up 6%. But here's what's crazy. The World Series averaged 11% of the Super Bowl audience.
Say that again.
The World Series averaged 11% of the Super Bowl audience. But the NBA Finals averaged 10% of the Super Bowl audience. Now, there's more games. So you're talking about a series. So maybe the urgency isn't there like it is for the Super Bowl.
It's part of it.
But the World Series got 11 viewers for every 100 the NFL got for the Super Bowl. The NBA Finals last year got 10. 10% of their audience.
Wow.
It's incredible, these numbers.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
When they do a World Series and an NBA final, do they average out
Yeah, they
every
average
night?
out all the games. So they average out all the games.
Yeah.
The NBA didn't average 10 million viewers for the NBA Finals last year. That was Milwaukee. And that could be part of it. That's not a national brand. If you've got Lakers, if the Lakers,
Sure.
you might have
Celtics,
you might have a better. You'd have a better. But it was Milwaukee.
But Giannis is an international brand. I guess international ratings don't count.
Doesn't matter here, right? These are United States ratings. Bob.
Yeah.
But it's incredible.
That is pretty
The
amazing.
NBA Finals had 1 viewer for every 10 that watched the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically a national holiday, Super Bowl Sunday.
And that's part of it. It's a one-day thing.
Yeah, that definitely contributes.
But it's
still
crazy.
Yeah. It's still crazy.
The gap's never been wider, by the way. Between the NFL and the World Series, the NFL and the NBA Finals, it's never been wider. It's incredible. Because I keep hearing, Pat, I have a group of friends that are very much, the NBA's closing in on the NFL.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
it's closing in on it. It really is.
On the NFL.
And they'll go, "Oh, in China it's big," and I'm like, "Okay, in China it's big. It might be, but in America, the NBA is not closing in on the NFL."
No, and as much as we poo-poo it a little bit, what Jamie brings up a lot, you're talking about, okay, I'll give you an NBA Finals series. Let's go Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturday, and they're 9 o'clock starts. That's what they are.
And that's different, too.
That's
ridiculous.
different because the NFL has a 6:30, although here on the East Coast we're kind of like, oh, come on,
Make it
6:30? But it's still 6:30 on a Sunday. You got nothing else to do. Everybody's tuning in. You got the parties and all.
That is
9
true.
o'clock on a Tuesday? A lot of times that's when an NBA championship will start.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it really is strange. Is the times, too. Like World Series games starting at 8:15.
It's stupid. It is. It really, really, really
It's
is. Stupid.
I don't believe because the weird thing is that we know from being in the business, I don't believe every number that I'm told. Like I don't believe numbers that I'm told all the time. I don't believe these numbers. But part of it is the context of when they're played.
Well, like how many more kids would want to watch an NBA Finals? Like if you're a 10 to 12-year-old or 14-year-old, whatever, and you're obsessed with basketball, Like, it's really hard for you to even watch an NBA Finals.
That's stupid.
Like,
Use your common sense.
Like, just start it at 6:30 and give you're just getting more eyeballs on the TV. Like, me and my friends, a bunch of young dads out there, we're all in bed by 10:30.
Absolutely.
Like, it's hard. Being a parent's exhausting. By the end of the day, you're just like, all right, get me to bed.
I'm not kidding you how some of my best memories of a kid, as a little kid running home from grammar school, and there being playoff baseball games on. And it wasn't the Phillies. It was like the Reds and the A's. And it was
They'd be like 4 o'clock games.
Oh, man. And it was and they could be, if I'm not mistaken, I think some World Series games were played during the day in the afternoon.
The Phillies Game 5 against Kansas City in the 80 World Series was an afternoon.
That was
Sunday,
a Saturday,
Sunday afternoon.
Sunday?
Okay. Sunday
remember
afternoon game.
Even like those Bulls-Knicks playoff games, I could be wrong here.
3:30.
My recollection is they were in the afternoon.
Like 3:30 games.
I remember watching them with daylight out. Like, I'd watch Inside Stuff. I'd be in my parents' bed, and then it would be like, NBA playoffs coming up.
Why were you
in
in your parents' bed?
Really?
Because they had
What's
the
up with
I didn't
that?
have a TV, and it was just as good of a
Were
TV.
they there too?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's weird.
It got weird.
That just got
All of a
weird.
sudden
You just
it got
Jamie,
weird.
why are you making it weird?
No, we had 2 TVs in the house. One was in my parents' room, one was in the living room.
What about Jeeves? Didn't you go to his quarters?
He was out back in his
Slept
bunker.
with your parents till how
does
old?
suck. In 2001, I had to wake up and ask my mom if the Sixers had won Game 7 against the Bucks. So I wasn't allowed to stay up.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I would really love to go back to, and I'm not kidding you. When I think of sports and I think of being a little kid and running home for baseball games that the local team wasn't even involved in, it shaped me, like, sports-wise, how much I loved sports, to run home to watch 2 teams. And back then, when I was a kid, you didn't see those teams. You didn't see those teams. There wasn't ESPN. I never saw, the Oakland A's were great when I was a little kid. The only time I saw them was in the playoffs because you didn't see other games. You didn't see other teams throughout the country.
Sports Center didn't.
Oh, it was awesome.
It was incredible.
Oh, it was so great. And these kids grow up today, they can't even watch World Series games.
Pat, I'm a little worried about you, though.
You've come around, Bobby.
How old were you in 2001?
Oh, I was way too old to not miss the game. My mom would always claim that I had an early bedtime because I was difficult getting up in the morning.
It was a weekend. I know that game was a weekend.
7?
I watched it in a bar.
Yeah, it might have been a Sunday.
I think it was a Sunday because Vince Carter flew home to. Or
Yeah.
home.
That
He
was
flew to
that was the
UNC.
Raptors series.
Oh, that's what
the Bucks series game. It was a Saturday.
Now, then maybe it was.
I watched it in a bar.
Maybe it was the
Sunday.
Raptors
The
one.
Raptors game was a Sunday.
Then it was the Raptors one. Yeah,
The Raptors game was
because that whole they won 7 games in the second and third round.
And it was a 7 o'clock start, I think, or 7:30.
Yeah,
start.
my bedtime is 8:30. John.
Really?
8:30. It was 8:30 till I was like 15 years old.
T-Dog, what are you doing?
Like, to me, look, I worked in.
difficult getting up in the morning, so I missed these games.
Well, wait a minute. I've learned that firsthand.
Yeah, but
you can be a bit of a B.
I'm here.
Yeah, but you can be a bit of a B in the morning. I can imagine when you were a kid.
But like I wake up eventually.
I've worked in network television, so I don't want to deny their role in this. But what's more important to these leagues, getting more eyeballs on your sport or letting the TV contracts control your product? And I understand it's big business. Look, I understand dollars. But to me, if you got more eyeballs on it, then you can charge more money for commercials. Like, so it's a...
Well, the Super Bowl, they want you in, they want to encompass prime time.
Sure.
So they're trying to get you into prime time. West Coast gets some prime time, and it's entirely in the East Coast. So for Super Bowl, I get it.
But when, like, the NBA playoffs and MLB playoffs start up, what's wrong with having staggered games more in the day?
I love the...
like a 3 o'clock start, you're going to get a ton of eyeballs on your sport.
Yeah, it pains me that kids today... and I had it with my kids. Some of my kids were big sports fans, and they would miss games because of that. They physically just couldn't stay up until 11:30 to see the end of a game on a school night.
I can't stay up till 11:30 on a school night anymore.
When I was a kid, the Flyers were the most important to me. Mm-hmm. We're always like, they were the one that I was going to be the most like crazy about. And if the Flyers were playing on the West Coast, playing the Kings, it was a school night, I would go take a nap and then get up and go downstairs and watch the game. But I'd go take a nap for like an hour and a half or something and be allowed to go watch the game downstairs. And I remember having to do the UHF channels, which was not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the West Coast thing changes it some, but when it's 2 East Coast teams, like, stop.
See, Bob, they don't understand. doing the dial for UHF?
No.
Trying to find channel 17 or channel 29?
Oh, I kind of remember.
Having to spin the dial.
17 and 29.
Yeah, but you remember just...
I had a dial.
You had a push button, right?
There was a TV in our house that had.
Did you ever have to spin the dial?
turn? Yeah.
Yeah, I had to
I
spin
was
it once.
afraid as a kid of the snow between channels.
Really?
What, because of Exorcism or what's
No,
that?
no, because that was when I was.
Poltergeist.
That would have been when I was.
Poltergeist, yeah.
That was when I was in grade school. That movie probably.
Or
I don't
how
think
about
or high school? Maybe.
How about when the channels went to sleep at night?
when they would play the
They
national
played
anthem?
the national anthem at like 2
11
a.m. and
o'clock.
Channel 6 would be like, done until like 6 the next morning. Yeah.
Yes, they
Yeah,
used to,
and
and
you
they'd
didn't have
play
it all night long.
They'd
That was
play
funny,
the
yeah.
national anthem,
But like the national championship game, what time did that start? 9:15?
9:20.
which
Yes.
is terrible.
That's
What
horrible.
the hell are we doing here?
No, I thought it started at 8:20.
No.
I thought it was
no.
9 this year.
No,
I
I
could
think
be
it was
wrong.
9:20.
I think you're off.
Let me see.
I think it started the
I
same
thought it
time.
was
I think they
9:16.
started same time Monday night. Oh, you're talking about basketball.
Oh, yeah. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
I was
college
talking football, but the
college football.
national
I think
championship
college football
basketball is
started
late.
the same time as Monday Night Football. I think it started at 8:20.
It's just ridiculous.
It's terrible. Hey, real estate developer Spring Garden Lending specializes in bridge loans to acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance investment properties, offering permanent plus 30-year fixed-rate financing. Spring Garden Lending. If Anthony Gargano tells you he trusts Spring Garden Lending, then listen to him. Absolutely, listen to him.
Absolutely.
You think Cousins going to lie to you? Seriously, come on now. He's not lying to you there. Sixers and the Bucks tonight. 8:30 on the Fanatic. So a late night for Devon Gibbons. Does Devon take a nap today for a late night? Because he's got to be on his game.
He's so cool. He probably doesn't need a nap. He just cools his way
I
through.
think that's what it is.
Yeah.
So he is cool.
Oh.
He is cool.
Yeah.
He's got better. Who's more chill? Him or Chunas? Him.
Devon.
Yeah, I got to go Devon.
I mean, Chunas is in here saying Devon. So
Oh, wait a minute. There's No, but Chunas is pretty chill.
no,
How about Heavy Chevy?
Devon. The answer,
Devon-
you match
Devon-
up Devon against anybody at this place is Devon.
Is the chillest.
Yeah.
I've never heard his voice get above a particular level.
I used to produce him a lot, and I heard him get mad one time.
See, Devon.
And it was.
You heard him really got
Yeah,
mad? What did he get mad about?
He flat out told the
What
caller.
did you do?
I didn't do anything. It
Oh.
was a caller. He accused him of something, and Devon told him, "We got a break. Call me up during the break. We'll discuss this." It was bad. Yeah, it was like getting yelled at by your parent. And the guy surprisingly did not call.
Yeah, surprising. Hey, let's roll into Jamie's world.
Let's find out what's in Jamie's world.
Here's Jamie.
So yesterday was the 26th, the big one, anniversary of Happy Gilmore.
Oh, man.
It was a year ago that it was the 25th and was actually a big one. But yesterday was the 26th anniversary of Happy Gilmore, one of my favorite comedies, one of my favorite sports movies ever. I absolutely love Happy Gilmore.
Surprised me a little bit.
Wait a minute. I sense a little you didn't dig it that much.
Oh, no, it was fine. It was a goofy-ass movie. That's why it doesn't surprise me. That's one of Happy
I
Gilmore's.
love Happy Gilmore.
So ESPN put this out yesterday, and I'm curious where everybody falls on this because Shooter McGavin is one of the all-time great villains in sports movies.
No question.
So ESPN put out a list. Who's the best sports villain of all time?
Happy Gilmore accomplished that feat no more than an hour ago.
Judge Smales.
It's a good one.
Judge Smales in Caddyshack is a real... He was an SOB.
Yeah.
He was hilarious.
He was great.
I want a hamburger. I want a cheeseburger. You'll get nothing like it.
Who comes to
Judge
mind?
Smales.
I'll read you the list that they put out afterwards and see.
I'll go the Judge in The Natural.
Oh, wow. Bob digging deep.
I've never watched The Natural start to finish.
Oh, my God.
Jamie, seriously, it's a great movie.
I know.
Jamie, it's a great movie.
I know.
All the crappy movies you've watched.
I
It's
know.
loosely based off former Philly.
I know.
Eddie Wakus.
Yep.
Yeah, he was shot by a stalker.
Okay, I remember Eddie
Played
Wakus.
for the Cubs, Phillies.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So go on.
Pat, who else you got?
Villain.
So the first person, well, it's not a person, but the first villain that came to mind was actually the dog from Sandlot, Hercules.
Okay.
But a more fitting villain
Pretty
would
good.
be the owner in Major League. She tried to move the damn
So
team.
she made the list of ESPN's
How about
list.
Billy Zabka in Karate Kid.
He made the list. Johnny Lawrence. Now, mine didn't make the list. I would go with the Icelandic national team coach in Mighty Ducks 2.
Yeah, Gunnar.
Yeah.
Oh, Wolf the Dennis Stenson.
Yeah, I hated that
Wolf
guy.
He punched out his own coach.
Yeah, he was a real son of a...
Okay, not a lot. Did Smales make it or not?
Smales did not make it. So the
can't
list they
believe
put
it.
out was Shooter McGavin, Ivan Drago.
That was an easy one.
Kind of shocked nobody took that one.
That was an easy one.
Clubber Lang also made the list.
I don't consider him a...
I don't
consider Clubber Lang a villain.
You want a real man?
Yeah, I was to say. You knock a guy out, take his title, and then tell his wife, hey, if you want a real man, you come over here. That's
he was pretty good.
Yeah, but I didn't... funny is, I don't look at him as I look at Drago.
Yeah. Drago's killing people.
White Goodman, Ben Stiller from Average Joe's.
Phenomenal.
Didn't see it.
Or Dodgeball, excuse me.
Did not see it.
The Purple Cobras, by the way.
Now, Pat's probably going to have to help me with this one. Big Red?
From what?
Some woman. She looks like she's wearing like a cheerleading outfit or something.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know that one.
What, Ladybugs?
No. Johnny Lawrence, as you said, from Karate Kid.
That's a great one.
Rachel Phelps, the Major League owner.
Okay.
Bud Kilmer. Great one from Friday Night Lights.
Okay, that is a great one.
Clubber Lang. Jean Girard from the Will Ferrell racing movie. I forget the name of it.
Days of Thunder? No.
Days of Thunder was a good movie.
Talladega Nights.
I just looked, by the way. Big Red would have probably been from that cheerleading movie.
Yeah, it looks like a cheerleader. I didn't see that one. I just thought it was a fun discussion of sports movies villains. Is there any other obvious ones we're missing?
I mean, the kid that wanted to steal
Pee-wee's
sneakers.
bike?
No, the sneakers and Be Like Mike. Or Like Mike.
I don't even remember that, and I watched that.
Oh, no. Glover. What's the guy's name?
Danny
really
Glover?
weird? No. The kid that was in Back to the Future. What's his name?
Marty McFly?
Yeah,
Christian Glover?
Christian Glover. So he was a bad guy in Like Mike, where he was trying to... He was the orphanage guy.
I didn't see Like Mike.
Yeah. So you've seen Like Mike, but you haven't seen Eddie.
I haven't seen Like Mike.
I haven't seen Like Mike either.
Like Mike's awesome.
But by the way, they
Lil
get
Bow Wow. Lil Bow Wow.
By the way, they get on. He's not Lil Bow Wow anymore. He's just Bow Wow.
But back then he was Lil Bow Wow.
By the way, they yesterday, Jen Scordo. I was shocked to hear Jen admit she'd never seen The Matrix. Now, I wouldn't watch another Matrix after the first one. Jen Scordo admitted yesterday that she never watched The Matrix. Coach?
No, and I never will.
She said, I like Keanu Reeves as an actor, and Tyrone goes, well, that can't be true. And I agree. He is terrible. He might be the worst actor
ever.
No.
He's a terrible actor.
Not the worst actor ever.
Well, no. He is amongst the most terrible actors I've ever seen.
I like him.
In Speed, he was horrendous.
Crispin Glover is who I was thinking of.
Crispin? I don't
Crispin
know.
Glover.
You like Keanu Reeves acting?
Yeah. Hardball. Sold it for
Really?
Shane Falco, quarterback.
Oh, my gosh. Come on.
I bought that. You didn't buy him as a quarterback?
No, I did not.
How?
Because he could get broken in half the first time he'd be hit.
It was the second time he played quarterback because he was Johnny Utah.
You know what's
I bought it.
You know what's a great one? Nobody messes with the Jesus man. From The Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski.
Sports movie.
I mean, the first Mighty Ducks. You talked about Mighty Ducks too. The coach in the first Mighty Ducks was horrible.
Hey, by the way, your buddy Tom Pelfrey from Ozark.
Yeah.
He was constantly getting brought in on casting calls and everything like that because people would say he was a Keanu Reeves type because of his hair.
Well, he's a much better actor than
much
Keanu.
better actor. Tom Pelfrey, incredible actor. Keanu could barely read.
So SI did a list. Judge Smales came in at number 5 on their list.
He's awesome.
And to Bob's one, number 6, the Judge came in at. Number 4 was Big Earn McCracken from Kingpin. Great one. Number 3 was Shooter McGavin. Number 2 was Cancer in Brian's song. Oh, jeez,
man. Wow, that's digging deep.
Wow.
And
then Ivan Drago took home the number 1. That just made it weird. It made the list weird.
Yeah, it really did.
Okay. There we go.
I blame Jamie.
Thank God we have to break.
Very good. I like that, though.
Yeah.
That's great.
Cancer in Brian's song. Jeez.
That was an incredible movie.
I haven't seen that either.
Incredible movie.
And don't watch the one
Don't
with...
watch it.
Yeah, watch the one with James Caan and Billy
Yeah,
D.
watch
Williams.
that one. Don't watch the fake Fugazi.
Don't watch the one with Keanu Reeves?
No. Don't watch anything with Keanu Reeves.
No, he's in some good stuff.
And then
John Wick?
when Jen Scordo admitted that she had not seen The Matrix, Tyrone says to her, "May I have the address of the rock that you live under?"
My mother-in-law loves The Matrix.
Something. Oh my gosh.
That's how big it is.
Keanu Reeves. I honestly, if he was putting on community theater in my backyard, I'd pull the blinds. I would use my budget blinds, and I would close the blinds so I didn't have to see it.
He's a great guy.
Oh, my God. Great guy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Apparently
I don't know if he's a great guy.
He's very charitable and very great to all the
I think the casting directors that hire him are charitable, too. Hey, we have so much coming your way, including virtual reality and sports. Are you ponying up for this? Coach has some insights on this for us, too. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Hey, it's a great time of year. Don't be depressed because football season is over. The Parx Sportsbook app has got you covered. So many different ways that you can get involved with the Parx Sportsbook app. You're going to love these folks. They are absolutely amazing. And right now, the futures to win it all in pro hoops based on $100 bets. Put $100 down. If the Sixers win the title, $700. If Golden State wins the title, $400. If Phoenix wins it, $450. I'm telling you, the Sixers look like a good bet, but they're the third best bet in the Eastern Conference. So if you're interested in other games right now, Sixers tonight, a 6-point road dog against the defending champs. And Giannis is coming off a 50-point game. Brooklyn, a 3-point home favorite against Washington. Make sure you get involved. They are absolutely awesome. It's the Parx Sportsbook app. A risk-free bet up to $500 that'll be refunded in site credit. Should you lose, use my promo code Kincade. Download the app today. You got to be 21 and in Pennsylvania. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
It's about nothing. Everybody's doing something. We'll do nothing.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. The Fnatic Knockout Tournament is back.
Oh, my God. No way.
Ever dream of shooting hoops on an actual NBA court?
We have your chance.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic's Knockout Tournament right on the Philadelphia 76ers court.
Presented by CSL Plasma.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic weekdays at 8 a.m., 12 noon, and 4 p.m. for your chance to get in. John Kincade, Anthony Gargano, and Mike Missinelli will tell you when to call our contest line.
The 10th caller wins tickets to see the Sixers take on the Knicks Wednesday, March 2nd.
And after the game, you'll take part in an incredible experience, shooting hoops on an NBA court. Your chance to get in happens every weekday at 8 a.m., 12 noon, and 4 p.m.
Presented by CSL Plasma. Earn up to $825 this month when you donate plasma. Get location and information at cslplasma.com.
And 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
This winter, Comcast Business is helping Team USA and businesses across America stay ahead during the Olympic Winter Games. Keep yours ahead, too, with reliable connectivity and secure solutions on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses. And get access to over 20 million Wi-Fi hotspots from coast to coast to help you stay connected on the go. So no matter what big event comes up, your team can be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security, together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 3-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 Visa prepaid card when you order online. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online today to learn more. Offer ends 2/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
It's hard to get out of bed on these cold mornings. Walking into a cold bathrooms is the worst. If you're like many people, you've gone the space heater route to make certain rooms in your house livable. Mike Miss here with an important reminder from my electrician, Dan Namaro at Farron Electric. Now, space heaters are great, but if you don't have a dedicated circuit for those space heaters, they can be dangerous. So don't take any chances. Call Farron Electric at 484-316-0449 or online at farronelectric.com. That's Farryn electric.com.
Hey, it's Cuz. Great opportunity going on right now to build out your game room. That's right, during the winter sale at Royal Billiard, celebrating 40 years with store-wide savings, pool tables, shuffleboard tables, bars, bar and kitchen stools, game tables, arcade games, darts, and more on sale. Hurry in for the best selection. The winter sale runs through Monday, February 21st. Royal Billiard delivers and installs Royal Billiard and Recreation, the Delaware Valley's ultimate game room store since 1982. Visit them in Hatfield, online at royalbilliard.com.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a speed bump. Did you hear what I said? I'm a speed bump. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to reattach your muffler could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive. Being a baseball fanatic like me can be stressful. It's not all sports points and touchdowns. So Progressive is going to help you take your mind off your team for a moment. Instead of thinking about how they missed that goal point score, think about the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, letting you choose coverage options based on your budget, unlike your team that missed the end zone net area. Well, anyway, hope this distraction about Progressive's Name Your Price tool was helpful. It sure kept me from thinking about all those penalty balls. Yay, sports!
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Dell Technologies President's Day business sale has arrived. For a limited time, save up to 45% on all of our latest gear to work from anywhere with fast, free shipping. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. So now's the time for incredible savings on PCs, along with servers, monitors, and docks, all with free shipping and quick installation and setup through Dell Installation Services. Get started by shopping online or by contacting your Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time. Time to get in shape. Hit the gym. Work up a sweat. You're going to need some energy. A lot of energy. A 5-hour energy. With vitamins and essential nutrients, they provide an alert, energized feeling that keeps you going. All without sugar or herbal stimulants. Are you ready? 5-hour energy. For every workout. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Care has the power to bring kindness where it's needed. It brings out the best in every one of us. It doesn't just see people. It takes time to understand them. It puts the needs of others ahead of its own. And when you start with care, you end up with a very different kind of bank. Truist. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Pour it your way. Get ready to conquer the day with a delicious, freshly brewed $3 medium hot or iced latte or cappuccino. America runs on Dunkin'. Exclusions, additional charges, and terms may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Toast athletes training for the 2022 Special Olympics USA Games by ordering a gold medal hot chocolate at Wawa now through February 28th.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
There is no such thing as an off season for Eagles football on this show. More of the John Kincade Show now.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Jamie having some good interactions with people regarding the sports villains from those movies, which is great, which is what Jamie's World is for.
You're getting roasted for never seeing Dodgeball.
Haven't seen it.
I can't. You're getting roasted for not seeing The Natural.
I have not chosen. And you know what's weird is that the amount of flights I've been on, that Dodgeball's an option.
Oh, you should watch it.
On the Delta flight, when you can get the free movie. But the problem is, I always look at it and it doesn't fit within the window. I don't want to start a movie and then land and have it be 15 minutes or so. So I always pass.
Me when we went to Tampa.
And you had to, and also when we went to Vegas, you were trying to. Pat's walking to baggage claim,
trying to
sit on the tram.
Yeah.
To where we were going because you couldn't see it. So I always pick a movie by or a show.
Man, you'll love Dodgeball. It's an
I'm sure I'll enjoy it. Yeah. She may have. I think she's already seen it.
Okay, I was gonna say it's a good that type of movie.
It teaches you life lessons too.
Well, I love that.
If you could dodge a wrench, you can in fact dodge a ball.
Who was the villain in Space Jam?
It would have been the
Danny
head of
DeVito?
the Monstars.
The Monstars.
Yeah,
so Danny DeVito.
It's not the Monstars. It's the head of the Monstars, the guy who owned the amusement park. I'm agreeing with you, but he was saying the Monstars. Yeah.
Hey, Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. You can explore more at your local Staples store or visit staplesconnect.com. Now, other sports radio shows would do that for 4 hours.
Can we?
No.
Let's do it.
No.
Why don't you ask
We
every
can-
caller
no.
their favorite?
Hey, every caller, call up and tell us what your favorite villain was from a movie.
No. Wait,
right after you give us your Eagles opinion.
I got it, John.
Come with your opinion first.
Monday is President's Day. Okay, hear me out here. Hear me out.
there we go.
What if
Mount
we did
Rushmore.
a Mount Rushmore?
Wow,
Yes,
No.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Mount
Come on.
Rushmore or what?
What are you scared of, John?
Of presidents? You want to do Mount
Or
Rushmore of
Zachary
presidents?
Tyler,
John hates
James K.
presidents.
Polk.
Or it's the I haven't really dug a lot of them for a long time.
You seem like a Herbert Hoover kind of guy.
I'm just telling you.
Most of them suck.
Yeah, like
I'm
his
just telling
vacuums.
you. It really works together here. The Braves are entering the metaverse. We were just talking about metaverse with Jamie, I think it was a couple weeks ago. Might have been last week. The Braves, the first Major League Baseball team to announce they have joined the metaverse. Now, Coach understands all this about watching games with the virtual reality headsets.
He's a goggle owner.
The Oculus Prime, right?
We have the Oculus Quest 2.
Quest. Okay. Would you pay to virtually sit right behind home plate? The Braves are going to have a variety of seats you can sit in, and you're going to buy 5-game, 10-game, 20-game packages where you can say, I want to watch tonight's game on it and connect to it. And I find the virtual reality headsets, Coach, you've done the Pandora ride at Disney, right?
Yep.
Which I already have went and gotten with the upcoming Disney trip in a couple weeks. I've already went and gotten the, whatever you call it, the stuff that keeps you from vomiting. Because I need that on that Pandora ride, made me want to vomit. Because the virtual reality of it. The up and down and everything wearing the goggles. Is that going to, when you sit still, does the goggles, do they make you ill? Because some people have motion sickness.
Yeah, it depends on what you're viewing. But we have, in the past couple years, we've signed up for the NBA package, and we also have the MLS package. And that doesn't cause any kind of vertigo or anything.
Okay, because you're sitting watching it.
You are sitting, but there's, as you look around, you can do 360, more than 360. You can look up and down and everything.
Okay.
If you have severe motion sickness problems, you might get a little.
Okay.
Yeah, you might.
I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see this new era of sports, and I'm not going to poo-poo it yet. I'd say to myself, if I'll watch a game on TV, why wouldn't I watch it on those goggles if it wasn't? I just can't imagine because I can't.
Cost prohibitive.
And I can't. No.
Well,
how much do you think being proposed?
This shocked me.
To be able to do it.
When I say cost, I mean the goggles.
Oh, you mean the goggles? Oh, yeah, the goggles are crazy.
I would do it, but I don't see myself running out and getting $600 goggles anytime soon.
But it's one of those things that you pay for and it pays itself back. If you're going to do this, probably.
Sure.
If I'm a season ticket holder.
20-game package being proposed. They have not put out the price yet. But what would you guess a $20-game package to be able to use your virtual reality glasses and watch a major league game where you would think you were sitting right behind home plate?
$99.99.
$119.
I was going to say $125, actually.
I think that's incredible.
That's pretty cool.
If you have the goggles already, Bob.
So the graphics are as clear as basically.
It's not graphics.
Well, the vision you get is.
It's alive. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
But it's as clear as you would see it on your TV, more or less.
They had it at the press conference, and they had people wearing it, and they were actually showing them people on the mound and playing catch.
As long as, like, when I look in the dugout, I'm not seeing, like, Nintendo Wii avatars or something.
Now, you do see graphics on the screen, though, right, Coach? These teams tend to have statistical graphics and things, just like you would if you're watching on TV.
It depends on what kind of package you have. The NBA package that we purchased, you can scroll through and you can have a menu on the screen of points, leaders. Like if you were looking up at the scoreboard, you can see,
You have a bet going on your favorite betting app. And you're looking for rebounds and assists and stuff like that. You could do that, right?
Yeah, that's there. And to Jamie's question, I'm going to bring in my VR glasses tomorrow so that you guys can see this. The graphics are pretty clear. I mean, it's HD, and it is ridiculous. The one game that we were watching last year with the Sixers, I was at the vantage point that I was at the time was the scorers table.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can look left and right and see the guys go right past you. I stood up, I turned around, and right behind me, Matt Cord calling the game.
And it's crazy.
I would be in if I didn't have to. I think I would watch it a lot. I don't think I could make a whole game. Sitting on my couch with goggles on, being blocked out of.
Well,
I'd tune in for an inning here and there, probably.
What is the number one complaint? By the way, Coach, I'm seeing there you have the NBA package. The number one complaint when people are asked to survey about their experience of the NBA, what do you believe the number one complaint is?
I don't know.
I never thought about this, and Jamie, you sort of just got
comfort.
You hinted at it.
I don't want to be inside goggles for 2.5 hours.
That people say if everyone that they're with isn't watching it on
weird.
goggles,
I was just
that they have to they can't have a conversation.
Yeah. So I'd have to go down to the basement
yourself.
and be alone.
Correct.
Whereas if I'm up on the couch with the girls, if they're watching something and I have goggles on, it feels weird.
By the way, the Oculus goggles, Coach,
$600.
$599 to $899.
Yeah, it depends on we have the Quest 2, so it depends on what kind of I guess some other add-ons that you would go.
We have smart
Congrats
people.
on your success.
We have smart people in our
coach.
We have smart people in our audience though. Andreas actually works on developing this technology.
It's pretty
for
fascinating.
This. And he says, John, remember how much you paid for one of those big, bulky, big screen TVs? And I did with those ones you could hardly
tubes in the
you need
bag,
like three people to move them. He says within 5 years, I guarantee you will find those virtual reality goggles as cheap as you now can go into a big box store and pick up a TV and say, wow, the TV's $199?
Yeah.
$299?
Like 2 years ago, I was like, I need to find who the VR companies that I can invest in. And
he says within 5 years.
Absolutely.
And everyone will have them in their home for a variety of reasons.
I mean, I think Coach has it for one main reason.
Sex stuff.
Yeah, he's a single guy. Cam goes to bed a little bit early.
POV porn is very big.
All of a sudden, next thing you know,
Sixers play Milwaukee tonight.
Coach
this is one of your things, Bob.
Coach isn't so lonely anymore.
Beer, sex, and sports.
Pants are off.
It does fit one of your categories of interest, Bob.
It really does, Bob.
Coach's sex isn't in my categories, trust me.
Step 1, goggles on. Step 2, pants off. Let's party, Bobby.
Goggles. All right, Bob has one more horror story potentially that could ruin our springs. He's told us about the Heat. He's told us about the Brooklyn Nets. And he's told us about the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't think you haven't told us about the Nets.
Brooklyn. No, Brooklyn
You haven't told us.
up. Now, look, I am not. It's exactly what I'm not doing. I'm not trying to ruin anybody's spring or anything
you're just
like
giving me
that.
scary thoughts.
Right. No, scouting reports. And scouting reports, as much as you want to dive into them, we only have 2 minutes here. So the scouting report that I'm giving you on these teams is things that the Sixers would have to look out for. Maybe not good matchups for the Sixers and what you need to look out for. So we'll go to Brooklyn now. Brooklyn, when they have Kyrie Irving, 14 games this year, John. 14 games Kyrie Irving has played for them. I'm going to pose this to the three of you real quick. What's their record in those 14 games?
When they've had Kyrie Irving?
When they've had Kyrie Irving.
10-4.
Jamie Lynch. Not paying attention.
No, 8-6.
9-5.
How about 3-11?
No way, Orange.
Yeah. 3-11 when Kyrie Irving plays this year. Is it a telltale on Kyrie Irving?
Do you know how many of those
Probably
have been
not.
without Durant?
Yeah, but that's still incredible.
No, and they're all on the road. Let's not forget. So you're factoring that in also. But
Because he didn't even come back until when? Like mid-December-ish?
Yeah, so he's only got
majority
14.
of these are probably without Durant. That's why I asked.
Yeah, no,
But still,
whatever
though,
it is. Yeah,
but it's
when
something to weigh.
With all the patsies on an NBA schedule?
Yeah, so
When did he play only the good teams? I mean, seriously.
But that roster is not that great when Durant and Harden aren't playing.
Yeah, the point being that not so much what their record is, but when you have sort of a losing attitude in your head, knowing that when this guy's on the floor, he's 3-11, James Harden there has been reports, I don't want to say he's come out, there have been reports that James Harden did not like the way that Steve Nash coached the team when Kyrie Irving was playing because he set up a way that was conducive to Kyrie Irving and nobody else. So there might be some things that are advantageous there to the Sixers. But, Jamie, you make a good point. You don't know about the three when the three were together. Now, they have a plethora of shooters that could make Ben Simmons shine. You know, you do have a Steph Curry there now. Obviously, Kevin Durant
There's guys on that team that just know how to get it done. And here's a weird thing. Listen to this starting lineup. If everything goes the way you think it is, it's Kyrie Irving and Steph Curry at guards. It's Ben Simmons and Kevin Durant at forwards, and you have Andre Drummond at center. Now, Andre Drummond, for all the people that said, man, that was a lot to give up for the Sixers to get James Harden. I hear you. I understand. I loved him as a backup. But here's what I'll say, and I said it on the show once, I think, last week. Would you rather have Andre Drummond for 8 minutes in a playoff game for a whole series against the Nets, or would you rather Joel Embiid go against him for 26 minutes in a playoff game during a series where Joel Embiid absolutely owns Andre Drummond?
I'd rather have the second one.
I think you would too. Yeah, they're an interesting team. The Sixers are 1-2 against them this year. They play again on the 10th.
The game in Vegas on opening night. We were in Vegas. And we watched it.
That's right.
We watched it in the bar in Vegas with Philly Sports Trips.
Yeah. So there, one more meeting on the 10th. We'll see if Ben Simmons is going to be in the lineup.
Would you like those numbers versus Andre Drummond in his career?
Yes.
They faced each other 7 times. Joel Embiid has averaged 27.7, 10.3 boards, and 2 assists in 7 games versus Andre Drummond.
Yeah, that's sweet.
I'll bet you he's shooting close to 60% too, somewhere around there. He just seems to, I believe.
Field goal percentage, 53%.
Oh, okay. Wow. It's less than I thought it would be.
That's a little less than I thought, too.
Yeah.
That's still, though, that's great numbers.
Yeah.
And yes, I'd rather have that. I'd rather have the Sixers.
Plus 75.
I'd rather have him go up against Andre Drummond for 20-some minutes than have the Sixers have him for 8.
Yeah, and look, that's a plus 10 in every game he plays versus Andre Drummond. Yeah, you'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, one advantage Sixers have, free throws. Sixers get to the foul line more than Brooklyn, but they get to the foul line more than a lot of teams.
Joel Embiid and James Harden are 2 and 3 in the NBA in free throws,
and that's just what I was going to say. And it's only going to get better. And free throw percentage. Let's not forget what I said the other day. In James Harden, Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, and Tyrese Maxey, you have 4 guys that probably are going to be on the floor at the end of the game, and you might have Danny Green out there, something like that shoot over 80% from the foul line. Huge factor there, especially if you're in a tight game. What Brooklyn does do is they score. They shoot 47% as a team from the field, which is a great percentage, and they score at like 111 points a game, and they've done a lot of this without those big 3, as we talked about before. So only 14 times this year did Durant, Harden, and Kyrie Irving play together. So interesting numbers there.
In your ranking of 4, the most anxious you would be the Sixers going into a 7-game series. You gave us 4 breakdowns this morning.
Yeah, it's funny. Anthony texted me the exact same thing about an hour ago.
What's your order?
It goes Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Miami, Boston.
I had the same order. The same exact order I had. I texted Bobby because I was listening. It was awesome. Like the breakdown. Bobby did a great job.
Thank you, buddy.
Really did. I loved it. It was a great job.
I thought it was okay.
You know. And
you haven't seen The Natural.
Oh, she hasn't seen The Natural, this kid. Are you serious?
Daisy.
I'm telling you, here's Anthony, the one. You both go
Bucks.
Do it again. Bucks first.
Brooklyn, Miami, Boston.
I'd probably go the same way.
Okay, I feel weird though that I'm going to.
Miami, I could make the case for Brooklyn. I think that's a lot of moving parts.
I think Miami.
To make work,
right now, Right now, I'm putting Miami ahead of Brooklyn. That I'm going to be more anxious.
Spoelstra can go in and out of zone, which creates problems. But James Harden changes that dramatically.
That's the thing. Like all those junk defenses.
Yeah.
They're worthless
James Harden
now.
changes all of that.
Exactly. So I don't fear Miami because of that.
Yeah, that's a matchup.
They're just a pain in the ass
because they have legs. Like they can move. Their big men can move. Their guards can move.
Yes.
Other teams, they'll play their man and they're not as movable as the parts that Spoelstra might have to him. But the last point,
he's a great coach, but
he is. And the last point I wanted to bring up,
best coach in the East.
Yeah.
A guy mocked me earlier for saying that.
Yeah.
And I said, he's the best coach in the East.
He's a great coach.
But, yeah, the last point that I wanted to bring up about the Nets and Sixers in a matchup, we talk about Andre Drummond, whatever. If you're the Nets, I brought it up before they traded him, who would you put on Joel Embiid?
Simmons.
Exactly. So that's interesting.
First of all, Joe owns Drummond, right?
Yeah.
I would try to bleat with Joe. If I was Brooklyn, I'd try to bleat with Joe and put Simmons on there.
Yeah.
Because Simmons whatever you say about him, I mean, he can guard. He's big. Like, he can guard you.
But Steve Nash, do you have to weigh what it does to him? If Joe starts cooking his ass, you might lose him.
You might lose him, but, you could lose him anyway.
I know, but
you're going to lose him in the fourth quarter.
Right,
anyway.
But the defense is what he has. That's like all he's got to hang on to now.
Yeah,
I'm Nash. I'm worried about that.
I would do right now. I'd go into my personal bank account to pay to make sure that this happens.
It would be amazing.
Oh my God, I would love to see Joe.
2 weeks
look at him. Like the minute he goes to guard him, I mean that would be fantastic.
2 weeks.
You're a bitch. That's Cain and Abel.
There's a foul. There's a foul underneath. Foul underneath the basket.
This is my team.
I mean, the two of them conversing. It would be
the material he would have.
Has there ever been a more walk away returning villain? Never. In Philly sports, to go up against us again? Never.
He'll be the greatest villain ever.
And I want to see
especially if he actually improves his game, right? Then he'll be.
God, See, now, here's the belief, though, that I am, and it may be incorrect, is the idea that I believe his game improves just by being on that roster if they're all healthy because he's the third scoring option.
His game improves because he actually steps onto the floor, too.
Well, no question.
You know what I mean? Like,
no, but I mean, I'm just saying as far as I think his game's going to improve because of the fact you're playing with those players.
He is a good ball player.
Amazing.
Man. Like, no one throughout this thing has said he's not a good ball player. The problem has been with the Sixers, because of the way they're built, that he couldn't become a non-entity offensively. So to your point, it's true that with Kyrie and KD, he's just so much more effective because he doesn't have to shoulder the brunt of anything.
And if they had a Harris healthy, which they won't, I mean, you imagine you have Harris shooting from the outside the way he does too, then he feels no pressure on the offensive end.
No, because, I mean, look, with the Sixers last year, look at it, right? First of all, Tobias is thrust as your number 2 scorer, which he's not, right? He's a number 3 scorer. So there's a pressure on him to live up and to score for you. There was. And that was a problem.
Yeah.
And in Brooklyn, every bucket he gives you is a bonus.
And the one advantage that I want to get in real quick, if you guys watched the game, I watched the whole Knicks-Nets game last night.
I can't believe you watched that whole thing.
Cam Thomas. Well, that's what I was bringing up the other day, Ant, was like, they have to shore up this bench, and a lot of people came back at me saying, bench doesn't matter, playoffs, you're only down. It does. You can't have that major fall off when you go to your bench in a playoff series. And if you have somebody that can come in and give you a boost like Cam Thomas is doing now for the Nets, it's huge.
It's the best case.
Sixers huge.
Last night, watching that was your trying to stay up for Temple. That was the best case for your Maxey argument.
I do. I want
last
him
night,
off the bench to start because I want that flow. Again, he's going to play 30, 35 minutes, but I want him off the bench.
Don't know who plays in the backcourt.
I hear you.
Hey,
dude, listen.
That's a big concern. Go get Gary Harris.
Listen, I want Gary Harris too. My ears, I keep hearing, though, that it's a big and only a big.
Hey, Coach.
That upset's egregious.
Coach, we want to wish good luck to one of our own, part of the family here at the John Kincade Show.
Yeah, so today, Cameron, my 9.5-year-old, starts the journey, the official journey. Today's his first day at the Philadelphia Union Academy.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Union Academy today for Cameron.
Go get him, Cam.
So this is where the journey starts. A lot of the guys on the Union team, or a handful of them, are all homegrown, and this is where they started. So I'm hoping for the best here.
And Cam, heads down, get to work. And listen
to your coaches.
You're going to get great guidance.
The Union Academy, when you're here, your family.
And Pat, his coaching now is taking a huge step up now.
Oh, yeah.
His old coach
his old coach was a bit of a D.
Yeah, he was a power-hungry.
This is exciting.
Jerk.
This is exciting. So congratulations, Cam. We're rooting for you. And by the way, we're going to be demanding a lot of free tickets if it all pans out down the line. Just know that.
Yeah, no problem.
And
the whole
gear.
section. And gear, yes.
And the Union. Just a thank you for a
Thank
gift
you for the
box.
swag box.
Now, you're only allowed to open one a day.
Yes.
One per day. So lots of great stuff. We thank the Philadelphia Union. And I believe Jim Curtin's going to join us, too, coming up next week.
Next week. I can't believe this season starts next Saturday.
It seems like it just ended.
Are we getting Jimmy to come in here? We should get him to come in.
We're
for
trying,
like an
but
hour.
he doesn't like Pat.
He doesn't like Pat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Hey,
Yeah.
wow. Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning. Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We will have our Friday edition. Bob said last week, I can't believe how fast this week went. I can't believe tomorrow's Friday.
I know. All the weeks are flying. It's making me nervous.
Flying. We're looking forward to it. Hang out with us tomorrow. John Kincade Show. Listen to Cuz Radio next.
The John Kincade Show.
Talking sense into people isn't really my thing. In fact, I'm better at the opposite.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You know, playoff season is around the corner. And when you're talking about basketball playoffs, you're talking about the spring and lovely weather. Well, time to start your own spring training. Get yourself back into game shape before the warmer weather. Since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. Their program is unlike any other diet plan. Starts with bioenergetically personalized supplements based on your hair, saliva, and blood work. Then NJ Diet